Hey YouTube, I'm Kishan, and in this video we are going to create this amazing full stack Airbnb clone. This clone is powered by Next.js, Tailwind CSS, Zustand and Amplication for Backend. Amplication seamlessly generates backend APIs, so we will only focus on frontend for this clone. Backend is handled by Amplication. So without wasting any more time, let's get started and let me give you a demo of this amazing clone. So this right here is the home page of the Airbnb clone. We have this navbar here and this is the search bar. Then we have a context menu here which has the logged in users information and you can navigate to various pages from here. Now we have the scrollable section which denotes the types of place type, and we have the actual listing here. So this is the list view, and when we click on this bill it will switch to map view. And you can see that this is the map view. We have used Mapbox here and internally it uses WebGL to display the map in 3D. So this is kind of a 3D map. You can zoom in, zoom out and drag the map. And when we click on this red markers, you can see that we have the actual listing here. So now when we click on this, we'll have another listing here. Now let's switch to list view, and here you can see that we have this heart that denotes the wish list. So if you have the red heart, then this listing has been added to your wish list. When we click on this, it would be added to your wish list, and when we click on this and head over to the Wishlist page, you can see all your current wish lists. You can also delete them from here. If I delete this from here, it would also reflect to the home page. Now when I click on this, the actual listing will show. So this is the listing page and it is just like the Airbnb. We can also change the images from here. This is the amenities and this is the actual location. Now you can also reserve the listing from here. So I'm going to select the date as 13. So I want to stay for 13 to 19 and that is 6 days. So the price is calculated real time here. So we have also worked with dates here, and I'm going to increase the guests here and I'm going to reserve this listing for these dates. As soon as the listing is reserved, you are navigated to the trips page here. So these are all your upcoming trips and the completed trips right here. So these two are my upcoming trips. And this is the trip that we actually booked right now. Now we also have this manage listings page. From here you can manage your listings if you want to delete the listings. So I'm going to delete this listing. And as you can see that it was deleted. And when I head over to the home page, you can see that there is one less listing here. So the listing was deleted. And now I'm going to show you the search functionality of the Airbnb clone. When I click over this, there is this extended nav menu. Okay, so now I'm going to search for India here. And you can see that there are real-time addresses here. So this utilizes the Mapbox API for addresses. And when I click on this India, the location would be set as India, and we are going to change the dates here and the number of guests. And for the dates, we have this amazing date picker. And let's hit search. And you can see that we have the search results here. We also have this map view here and the markers for address. And when we click over this, you can see that we also have the listing here. And when we click over this, we'll be navigated to the listing. This map is also 3D. So you can scroll in and scroll out and see the place from the map. And you can scroll up and down here to see the listing. And when I click on this, we are at the listing. Now we have this amazing UI for creating the listing. If we head over to Airbnb your home, okay, so this is the amazing UI for creating the Airbnb listing. Now I will click on get started. Next, and I'm going to select our place type. So it is going to be house. Hit next. I'm going to select the entire place. Next, and you can search for your location in here with the map box. So I'm going to select Ellis Bridge, which is in Ahmedabad. So Mapbox will have this animation here, and boom, we have this amazing animation. Now I'm going to click next and it will automatically fill the address that is needed. So this is the accurate address. Hit next, and this place can support 2 bathrooms, 2 beds and 5 guests. Hit next. Now I'm going to select the amenities. So we have multiple amenities here, and we also have the safety items amenities. Click next, and we can upload the photos. So for the photos, we have used Cloudinary here, and Cloudinary will store your images and optimize the images and deliver the images at optimum results. So I'm going to browse the images from my computer. I'm going to select multiple images here. When the images are uploaded, I'm going to click on done, and the images are here in real time. Now I'm going to hit next, and the title is awesome listing, and I'm going to give it a demo description here. I'm going to click next, and I'm going to set the price as $300. Hit next, and your listing was created successfully. Now I can visit the home page, or I can view my listings. So I'm going to visit the home page, and we have this awesome listing here which was just created, and we have all the amenities, the photos, the number of beds, the description, the location, everything is here. We can also reserve this. Okay, so now I'll head over to Airbnb, and I'm going to log out, and we were logged out, and now I can log in or sign up from here, and we have this amazing model here. So I'm going to sign up with a new user and hit continue, and the user was created. Now I'm going to show you the application Swagger UI that has been generated by application. Now if you head over to localhost 3000/API in your browser, you can see this amazing Swagger UI created by application. So this is the list of all the APIs that were created by application. So you can see that we have this Auth APIs, user APIs, the listings APIs, the wishlist API, the trips APIs, and all the APIs has different use cases and different functionalities. So for example, this API is used for getting all the users. This API is used for login. This API is used for sign up. This API is used for listings. So isn't this amazing? All of the backend is generated by application with only a few minutes of setup. So now without wasting any more time, let's get started to create this amazing Airbnb clone powered by application. Today, I've got something really special to share with you all, a game changer in the world of software development that I'm thrilled to introduce, application. As developers, we know how crucial it is to streamline our workflow, boost our efficiency, and bring our ideas to life faster than ever. That's where application comes in. And let me tell you, it's a real game changer. So, application is an open source platform that generates production ready backend services which are reliable, secure, and consistent. Application generates backend services with the highest standards, consistency, and scalability. Application helps you accelerate your development 20 times faster, so you will never waste your time on boilerplate code and repetitive tasks again. So how exactly the application backend development platform works? Simply configure your architecture with APIs, data models, database, and more. It will automatically generate all the boilerplate code and the infrastructure code. You can continuously get pull requests with the generated code to your Git repositories, and you can freely customize and extend the generated code. That's it. So working with backend is never a hassle again. Now I want you to head over to this GitHub repository. This contains the starter code for our Airbnb clone. You can find this in the description of the video. Now I want you to fork this repository, create the fork, wait for it to complete. Okay, this was completed. Now I want you to head over to the app.application.com and log in with GitHub. Now we are going to create a new project. This is going to be Airbnb. Create the project. We are going to add the resource service. We are going to select Airbnb server as the name of the service. Hit continue. We are going to select the repository, which is going to be this Next.js Airbnb clone starter. Select, hit continue. We are going to generate the GraphQL API, REST API, and Swagger UI, the admin UI. Hit continue. We are going to select the poly repo here. Hit continue, and we are going to use the PostgreSQL database. You can also use MongoDB or MySQL. The application service would automatically generate the code as per your database choice. Hit continue. We are not going to select any template. We are going to start from scratch. Hit continue. And we need the auth module. So it is needed for authentication and authorization throughout the app. This code is generated automatically by application as well. Hit continue and wait for this to complete. Now we are going to create entities for our service. Entities are just like tables in database. So add entity. We are going to select listings, create entity, and inside of this we are going to have several of fields. So for fields, first we have the location type field, and the data type for this field would be string line text, and we need this field as required. So this marks the field as required field, and this is also searchable field. So next up we have place type field, and we also need to mark this as required, and this is also single line text. After this we have a map data field. This would store the data for the map, and this is also required, but the data type for this would be JSON. Next up we have the location data field. So location data, and this is again required, and this is again going to be JSON as the data type. After that we have place space required, and this is again going to be JSON. After that we have place amenities, AMENETIES, amenities, and this is going to be JSON as well. We are going to mark this as required field, and after that we have our photos. This would store the photos for the listings, so this is also required, and this is going to be an array, so this is an JSON type. That's it. And now we are going to add a new field named as listing created by, and this right here is going to be a relation. So we are going to mark this as relation to entity, and for this we are going to select the user entity, and this is going to be one listing can be related to one listing created by only, and we don't want to give any foreign key right here, and that's it. Okay, we need to change this again. Relation to entity, select entity as user. Okay, listings, create. That's it. So the relation was created. Okay, we also need to have this foreign key holder. So this is going to be this side. Okay, so after this, give me a minute, okay, so now we are going to click on this listings right here beside the user, and we are going to change this that one user can be related to many listings. And now let's head over to listings created by, and okay, so that's it. Okay, so now after this we are going to create a new field named as title, and this is going to be single line text, This is a required field. We are not going to change this. After this, we have a description field, and description is multi-line text, and this is a required field. Now we have a price field, and this is also a required field. Application automatically selected the decimal number as per the name, so that's great. Okay, so that's it for this listings. Now we are going to create another entity which is going to be wishlist. So this would be used for all the wish list created by the user. So this is going to be wish list, create entity, and inside of here we are going to have a user field, and this is going to be relation to entity. Application automatically selected this for us. This is going to be a required field, and make sure that one wish list can be related to one user is selected. Now we are going to add another field which is listing, and make this field as required as well. And application automatically selected the relation to entity for us, so we don't have to make any changes here. While we can go to the user and we can confirm that it has been added here. Okay, so the wish lists are here. Perfect. So now we are going to create another entity which is going to be trips. So the trips scheduled by user is going to be stored inside of this. Now in here we will have the user again, required, make sure that it is in relation to entity. One trips can be related to one user. Other is going to be listing. We also want to know which listing this trip is associated with. Also mark this as required field. Make sure that it is relation to entity and one trips can be related to one listing. And now we are going to have another one which is trip info here. This will store the information regarding the trips, the dates and everything. So make sure that this is also required, and we are going to have JSON here. That's it. And you can see that our wishlist, user and trips listings are created successfully, and you can see the changes right beside here. Now we are going to commit the changes and build the application. So click on this. Okay, so now application has started generating the code, and if it would be successful, then it would be pushed over to GitHub. Wait for it to complete, and you can also select this, see what process it is doing currently. So you can see that it successfully generated the code and it is pushing the changes to GitHub, and that is done. Now you can open with GitHub from here, and you can see that there is a pull request right here generated by application bot. Click over this and you can see all the details right here. You can also see the files changed. Application has generated the entire backend for us, and that's it. Now I'm going to head over to the pull request, and I'm going to merge this pull request, confirm merge, and I'll head over to the code, and you can see that we have our server and admin UI here generated by application. And now you can just clone this repository with your HTTP, SSH, or you can just download this zip. I'm going to download this zip. Now I will open this in a VS Code. Okay, so I have opened the new VS Code here. We have the admin UI, the public directory, and the server directory here. And we have a package.json file. Here you can see there are 4 scripts here for starting all the applications, starting the front end, the admin and the backend. And now we also have this div dependencies here. So what we are going to do is I'm going to write yarn in a new terminal right here, yarn, and this has installed the dependencies. And now I'm going to write cd public, and I'm going to write yarn here as well. Wait for this to install all the packages. This may take time. Now the packages for the Next.js was installed. Now I want you to write cd // server, and we are going to write yarn here as well. And while this is being installed, I want you to head over to server, Prisma and schema.prisma, and you can see that application has generated our Prisma schema right here. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm going to close this now. And you can also make sure that .env here is configured correctly for your Postgres. Okay, so now after this step, I want you to write npx prisma generate to generate the files for Prisma, and it is done. And now I want you to write npx prisma studio to check if we have our tables and everything set up. And you can see that it is. We have our models here. So this is working perfectly. I want you to close this, cd // and now before starting the application, I want to change the DB URL here. I will change this to Postgres. The user is Postgres and the database user is Postgres here as well. And now I'm going to start the application by yarn start. This will start the front end and back end. Wait for it to start. Okay, so it has started successfully. So I'm going to head over to the browser, and you can see that on localhost 5000 we have our Next.js application right here, and you can see that we have the favicon here. So now I am going to head over to localhost 3000 and make sure that you write localhost 3000/API, and you can see that we have application generated Swagger here, so you can access all your APIs from here. So yeah, our backend was generated successfully by application. Now let's work on frontend to create all the pages and components. Okay, so now whenever you are stuck with application code or you have any issues with the code, you can head over to their Discord channel, the application Discord channel, and head over to the support, and you can just create a new post from here. They are super supportive guys and help you resolve any issues. So make sure that you join the application Discord server. Also, you can just go ahead to their GitHub repo and start it from here, and you can just know about all the new features that are coming to application. So now I would like to talk about an amazing feature that has been developed by application. This is still in beta mode, but for me it works like a charm. So it is the upload Prisma schema feature. So you can click on this button and you can just drag and drop your schema.prisma file, and application will automatically create all the entities and relations that are needed. Isn't this feature cool? If you want to migrate your backend to application services, then you just have to drop your schema.prisma file here and application will take care of everything else. So now without wasting any more time, let's get started. Okay, so now we are inside our VS Code, and I want you to head over to the public directory. Here lives our Next.js application. So inside the source, you can see that there are many folders. So the base structure is already set up. So we are using the Next.js 13.4. So it is using the app directory. So we have all the pages that we have here. But if you open up the pages, you can see that there is no code here, just the component. So we are just going to have this in the starter, but inside the data, you can see that I have written all the data. This just import up the SVG from the SVG folder. So these are just the SVG codes that are used throughout the Airbnb clone. So this is just that. And all of the other components, you can see that it is empty. The store is also empty. We are going to use Zustand for state management, and you can see all the slices are also empty. So just the files are created, not the code. So we don't want to waste any time to create this structure. So I'll just explain the structure real quick. So we are using the app directory. Inside the app directory, this listing is a page, and inside the listing, the components that are not reusable to other components are here, listed here. And we have the loading.jsx and page.jsx. After that, these are the other directories. Then we have the common components that all the pages uses, like footer and navbar are used throughout all the applications, so they are common components though, so it lives inside the components. Then we have this common that are used in many places inside our Next.js application, so this is the common folder. Now what we are going to do is, inside our this page.jsx, we are going to have our navbar here first. So let's do that. So what am I going to do is, give me a minute, I'll just open up my other code, and inside our layout.jsx, we are going to have the children here. So instead of this, we are going to create a root layout function from here. So for that, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to just write export default function root layout. This will have children inside of it, and these are React children's. And next up is, we will return HTML from here. We will specify language as English. After this, we'll have a body inside of this, and inside the body we will have our children. Save it, and now let's see, let's refresh this, and you can see that we have our page here. So our page is coming from this page right here. If I write Kishan here, you will see that we will have Kishan here. So that's working. Now what I'm going to do is, okay, so now inside of this, we are going to import up our navbar component here. Navbar, navbar, I don't know why that is not working. Navbar, I think I have to import it manually for now. So import navbar from not dot slash, I'm going to use the dot slash components, and this is going to be navbar, I think, navbar slash navbar. That's it. Now let's head over to the navbar, and inside of here, first let's see here, we have the navbar here. And now inside of here, I'm going to remove this divs, and this is going to be a header. Remove this as well. I'm going to give it a class name of width of full, flex call, justify center, transition all. By the way, we are using Tailwind CSS, so these are the classes of Tailwind CSS. Duration 300, and now inside of this, I'm going to have another div with flex, items center, justify between, padding x of 20, and inside of this we'll have again a flex grow div. With flex grow, we'll give it a basis of 0. And inside of this, we will have another class name with width of max, not this, dot width of max, and with width of max we'll also give it a cursor of pointer, save it, and inside of this div goes our Airbnb logo, Airbnb logo. I don't know why the auto imports are not working. I'll just check it out after the Navbar component is created and let you know. Till then, I'm going to paste up the Airbnb logo from here. Airbnb logo, and what error do we have here? Yeah, we need this Airbnb logo. So Airbnb logo, that's right. Now let's head over and okay, so absolute imports are not working for some reason. I'll just fix it. Dot slash. That's it, and we have the logo here. Let's refresh this. Yeah, the logo is here. Now after this, what other thing we should do? px of 20 should work. I don't know why padding x of 20 is not working. I'm going to inspect this. Okay, localhost 5000, inspect console, not console, this thing, and for some reason our Tailwind CSS classes are also not working. We need to configure that also. So let's do one thing. I'll just pause the video and let's see what the issue is, and I'll let you know. Okay, so I have found the issues. So inside our layout.jsx, I have forgotten to import a global.css file. So import /globals.css, save this, and you can see that the padding was applied and we have all of these classes here. So all of those are also applied. Now next thing that we forgot to do is inside the jsconfig.json, I had to write this Airbnb/star. So inside your starter file, this would also already be there. This is for the imports. So I'm going to import this by this, and you can see that imports are working. And now let's proceed further. After this, inside the navbar, after this logo, okay, so after both these divs, we are going to have another div with a class name of flexgrow. With this class name, we will also give this a basis of 0, and inside of this we'll have an UL with a class name of flex. Also, let's give this an item center, justify end, gap of 6, and the font of medium. And inside of this we'll have our li. So first, this li is going to have a span inside of it, and this will have Airbnb your home. Let's save this and see, we have this Airbnb your home, and I'm going to give this li a class name as well, which is going to be cursor pointer. That's it. And after this li, I'm going to have another li and give this a class name of cursor pointer as well. And inside of this li, I'm going to have the fi globe icon. So fi globe, and we have to import this from React icons. So import from React icons, and this is going to be from fi package. and we need the fi globe. That's it. And let's save this and head over to here. You can see that there's a globe here. After this li, I'm going to have another li with class name of flex cursor pointer item center gap of 2 with a border of gray 200, not 200, I need 300. Then we'll give padding y of 2, padding x of 3, rounded full, and when we hover over it we need shadow XL. Now what other things we need is when we hover over this we need a transition effect, so transition all, and the duration of 300 is good. I think let's give this a 500. Now inside of this li we are going to have several things. So first we need the rx hamburger menu, so let's import that up from rx first. So import from React icons, and this is going to be from rx package, and we need rx hamburger menu. Let's copy this, paste it, and after this hamburger menu I'm going to have a span. Inside of this span I'm going to have an image. Make sure that you import the next image component, and inside of this image I'm going to write source as /empty profile.png, and this profile.png is already inside the public directory, this thing right here, so it's already in the starter files. And after this I'm going to write alternate text as profile. After that I'm going to have a height of 30, a width of 30. Save this and let's see. Yeah, this is great, this is looking awesome. And let's see if we can give this any padding with full, flex call, justify center, transition all, duration 300, and I'm going to give this a height of 40 for now. No, height of 40 is not needed. Let's give this a height of 20. That's it. And I'm going to give it a border bottom also. Border bottom gray 200. Let's save this, and yeah, it's looking great. Now inside of here we will have that search scheduler and everything, but that is not needed for now. So this is the basic layout, and when we click over this we want to open up a context menu, and then we can log in from here, and when we are logged in we want our initial here. So that's it, we will do that afterwards. And now let's focus on the footer. Okay, so now let's do footer. So footer I'm going to do inside the footer.jsx component. Now inside of this I'm going to have an array of links. So const links equals to privacy, then we will have terms, then we will have sitemap. This is sitemap. Remind me tomorrow. Sitemap. After that we will have company details, then we will have destinations. That's it. Now we are going to map this inside of a footer. So first we'll have a class name here, which is going to be padding x of 20. Then we'll give it a border of top, and border top color would be, this is border top gray 200. Yeah, that's it. And the padding for y-axis is going to be 4. Then we'll have flex, justify between, width of full, text of small, z index would be 50, and the background color would be white. We don't want it to be transparent, and we'll give it an item center. After this, we'll give it a UL with a class name of flex. Apart from that, we'll give it a gap of 3 and font normal. Now inside of this, I'm going to have the year here, so I'll have li here and give it an ampersand copy, so we have that copyright symbol. And inside of this, I will write new date, and we want the get full year from here, so we'll get the year. So this year is 2023, so we want the 2023 year here. Then we'll write Airbnb Inc. Now after this, we are going to map our links. So links dot map, we'll provide our link here, and we'll pass on li here. Li would have key as the link as well. I just want to tell you something, that if you are using a map map inside the React component for mapping any of this inside the components, so whenever you are mapping that, I want you to use the title or any ID that is specifically returned by the object that you are mapping. Don't use the index here, because sometimes when you are doing some high level of functionality, it would break things. And I'll provide key here, and inside of the key we'll have a link tag from next link, and inside of that we'll have link dot char at 0 dot to uppercase. We want this first letter to be uppercase, and plus link dot slice of 1 dot 2 lowercase. Let's see if this works. And I don't want to give a class name here, instead href, this is going to be hash, and link should be auto imported. Yeah, it's imported here. We don't want this empty spaces, remove that, and that's it. I just wanted to check one thing. Does Tailwind have, yeah, it has a class name of capitalize, so this code could be removed and we can just pass the link here. And let's check. Also, we have to import the footer inside our page.jsx, so footer, that's it. Now let's head over to our page right here, reload this. Let's see if we have the footer. Yeah, we have the footer and it's capitalized, so we don't want to use that code. Remove that from here, and after this UL right here, we'll have another UL which would have class name of flex, gap would be 4 this time, and we want to pass in font medium. Inside of this we'll have li with class name of flex, item center, gap of 2 and a cursor of pointer. Inside of that we will have fi globe, and we'll write English. This is going to be India. If you want, you can do this dynamically by yourself. Inside of li we'll have class name with cursor pointer, and inside of this I'm going to write $USD, then li again. This would have support and resources, and we'll have pi caret up bold. I think I have to import that manually. Import from React icons pi, and we need the pi caret up bold, this one right here, and we are going to use that here. So pi caret up bold, that's it. And I also want to give this li a class name. Why is this not working? Let's write a class name, and this is going to be flex items center gap of 2 and cursor of pointer, that's it. And now let's check it out here. Yeah, that's perfect. But the support and resources, yeah, it's here. And I think our footer is complete now. And the next thing what I want to do is when I click on this, I want to open up a context menu, and in the context menu we have our login and sign up buttons, and when we click on the login and sign up button, I want to open an auth model. So that would be used for the login functionality and the sign up functionality. So let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so now let's head over to the context menu.tsx. So the file is already inside the public source components common, and if you don't know how to open up this menu, you can hit Ctrl+P on your VS Code and the screen pops up, this window. So this is the context menu. Now inside of this context menu we need several props. So the first is the options. So the options that we are going to provide to this context menu. So this is a reusable context menu. So that, and now I want the coordinates for this context menu. I want the coordinates for where to open this context menu on the screen. So that would be x and y axis. So coordinates. Then we have a state maintaining the context menu and set context menu. So this is going to be a local state. So context menu and set context menu. That's it. That's the props that we need. Now next is we need the reference of this context menu. So we are going to use the useRef hook provided by React. So this is going to be context menu ref equals to useRef. So why are we using this ref? It is because when we want to close the context menu, when the click is outside of the context menu, so we need a reference of the element from where the context menu is there and for which element we want to close. So it is about that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this div, pass in the ref here. So we will denote this div as the context menu, and we are going to pass in a style prop here, and apart from that we will also pass a class name prop. So we are going to provide it a background white, then shadow of 2 pixel. We want this to have a fixed class, then we'll give the padding y as 5. We also need z index because this is going to be on top of everything, so we are going to provide the z index as 100. After that I'm also going to provide a rounded large class. Then we have the border class, and we want the border gray 200, this one right here. Now inside the style, what I'm going to give this is top coordinates dot y, and left property would be coordinates.x. That's it. And I need a box shadow. So I've already written it. I'm going to just copy paste it. So I need this box shadow. So you can just pause the screen and write it from here. Save this, and now inside of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a unordered list, and inside the unordered list I'm going to map our options. So options.map, and we need the name from here, and we need the callback function. This would be more clear in a minute, so let's proceed further. I need to wrap this inside another parentheses, not parentheses, rounded bracket, and I'm going to return li from here. Again, we'll provide this a class name of hover. When we hover over this, we want its background to be gray. So whenever we hover over any property, the background color would be gray, so it would be highlighted. Padding left of 5, padding right of 10, padding y of 2, and a cursor pointer effect. And we also want to provide a key here. Make sure that you don't forget key anytime. So we are going to provide the name here. Now inside of this we'll have a span, and inside the span we will have the name. That's it. So this is just we need for our context menu. Then we will have the event listeners. We will do that afterwards, so you know what we are doing. So now let's head over to Navbar, and first we are going to create that use states that we need. So what I'm going to do is we are going to have use state snippet, this thing right here, and we'll write is context menu visible, and set is context menu visible, and initially this is going to be false. That's it. Now what I'm going to do here is, after everything right here, before this header, I'm going to check if is context menu is visible. If the value is true, then we want to render our context menu component. So context menu, and we are going to pass in the props. So the context menu is going to be is context menu visible, and set context menu is going to be set is context menu visible. Next is we'll have the coordinates. So the coordinates would be, in this case we are going to give this fixed coordinate. So x is going to be window dot inner width minus 250, and we'll give the y-axis as 70. That's it. And we also have to provide the options. So options is going to be context menu options. So let's define the context menu options. So const context menu options. This is going to be an array of objects, and inside of this what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a name here inside of this object, name, and login, and we will give it a callback. So callback function would be an arrow function, and inside of that I'm going to call set is context menu visible with a false property. So we want to close our context menu as soon as this is clicked. So this is it, and I think we have an error here. We want to pass context menu options here. That's it. Now let's copy this, paste it 3 times, and I'm going to change the value of this name to sign up. Now this is going to be Airbnb your home, and the last one is going to be help. That's it. Let's save this and see. Okay, use state is not defined, and I think we will have one more error of server components. Okay, yeah, we have this. So to fix this error, we have to mark this component with use client. So I'm going to do that. At the top of the file, I'm going to write use client. That's it. And yeah, this is fixed. Now let's click this. Okay, we also need to mark this. When we click over this, we want to toggle the context menu, so let's do that as well. Now that was here, this li. So when we click over this li, we want to show the context menu. So on click function, and we are going to have show context menu, and not show context menu, we'll just provide set is context menu visible to true. That's it. Save it, and let's check. Useref is not defined. Let's head over here and import useref. Refresh. Function components cannot have string refs. Why is this error popping up? Let's open up inspect and let's click over this. Function components cannot have string refs. useref, and we are okay. I think we have to pass this here context menu ref. Yeah, that was the mistake. And let's close this, and we have our context menu. Isn't it looking beautiful? Yeah, it is. Now what we want to do is, when we click over this, it should be closed. So when we click over this context menu should be closed. Let's see. Okay, and when we click outside of anything right here, it should be closed as well. And if we click here, which is not an option but it is inside the context menu, the context menu should not be closed. So for doing that, what we are going to do is, we are going to write several event listeners with the use effect hook. As soon as the component is loaded, we want to have that. So first I'm going to have handle click event, which is going to be have e and callback. And first I'm going to write e.stop propagation. This is going to be propagation, and then we will have callback called. So we want to call this on this li. When we click over this li, so we are going to have on click here, on click event, and we'll have the e, and we'll have handle click, pass in the e and the callback as well, and callbacks b here is capital. Make sure that you don't mess it up. Save it, and now when we click on any of the options, the context menu should be closed, and yeah, it is being closed. So our event is working perfectly as well. Now we want to do something like if we close outside of this, the context menu should be closed as well. So for that, we are going to write an use effect hook, use effect, and this use effect should be ran when the component is loaded. So const handle click outside is event and we'll check if event dot target dot id not equals context opener, and if context menu ref dot current. I'll explain this code in a minute, just let me write it. Context menu ref dot current dot contains event dot target, then we'll have set context menu as false, and after this we'll have document dot add event listener click handle click outside, and when we unmount this component, we want to remove that event listener by document dot remove event listener, the click listener, and provide in the handle click outside. That's it. And we need to pass the context menu option, I think. Just give me a minute, I'll check it out. Okay, I don't think this should be there. Let's remove this. It's not needed. Okay, so what we are checking if when we click over this context menu, and if there is ref and the event.target contains the current element, then we don't want to close this, or else we are going to close it. So when we click outside of this, you can see that it is being closed, but when we click over here, it is not being closed. So with this condition, we are checking that if it is clicked inside of it or outside of it. So this current dot contains that from where the event target is there, we are checking that if the event target is of current object, the current element, then we don't want to close this, or if it is of not current element, then we want to close it. So that is it. And with this, I think our context menu is complete. Yeah, our context menu is complete. Now what we want to do is, when we click over this login or sign up button, we want to open up a model here that is used for login and sign up. So let's do that. So now for auth model, we need to also set up Zustand for toggling it and disabling it. So we will do that afterwards. But before, what we are going to do is we are just going to head over to our page.jsx, this one right here, and after the footer we'll have here auth model as well. So we'll first style the auth model so you can see what is happening. And we have the auth model here, so we need the auth model at the top of here. So let's style that accordingly. So let's head over to auth model, and inside the auth model, I'm going to remove this class and give this a class name of relative with a z-index property of 50. Inside of that, we'll have another div with class name as fixed. Inside of this, I'm going to give it an inset class name, not unset, inset of 0. Then we'll give it a background gray of 500, opacity of 75, and a transition opacity. So we are using this for just having this background overlay. So inside of this we will have our model right here in the middle. This is just an overlay, and after this div we'll have another div with a fixed class name, fixed. Inside of fixed we'll have inset of 0 again, z index of 10, overflow y of auto, and inside of this we'll have another div with flex, then we'll have min height of full. After min height of full we'll have items end. After items end we'll have justify center property. We'll also provide padding of 4, text of center. Then if the screen is small, then we want to give it an item center, and if it is small again, then we don't want to give it any padding. That's it. And now inside of this we'll have our model. So we'll give this a position of relative, we'll give it a transform property, and overflow hidden property, rounded large property, background white property for background, text left, and we'll give it an shadow of Excel. We'll also provide it a transition all property. After that we will not give any of the properties in here. Let's save this, and I think I need to write something here so you can see that. Inside of this, let's see if we have anything. Yeah, so we have this here, and you can see that okay, so it is in white color. You can see that it's working. Now let's style this further. Inside of this div we'll have background white div. Inside of background white we'll have padding bottom of 4. Also we'll give it a padding top of 5. Let's remove the space, and inside of this we'll have border bottom, border dot border B, and border B gray 200, border B gray 200, flex, item center, justify center, and relative. Also we'll give it a padding bottom of 5. Save this. Inside of this we'll have a span. Span would have a class name of absolute, left of 5, cursor pointer, text is going to be large, and inside of this I'm going to have IOMD close. This has to be imported from Reactjs IOMD package. So import from Reactjs IO5, and this is going to be IOMD close, this one, and let's save this and see if it is working. Unsupported server component type undefined. Let's comment this out. Okay, so the error was because of that, and I think let's use client here. Use client, and let's check it out. Why is there an error? Okay, I think this is from IO, not IO5. Reload this. Let's inspect this. Okay, so the SVG is here, but it is not visible. I'm not sure why. Let's style this further, and I think it would come eventually. So after this span right here, what I'm going to do is have the login or sign up thing. So after this span, we'll have another span. This is going to be log in or sign up. Let's save this and check. Yeah, we have that login or sign up, but this is not styled as we wanted. This has the absolute thing right here, absolute left 5 cursor pointer text LG. So let's move further. We'll style this afterwards. After this div, we'll have a div with padding of 5, and we'll have h3 here. This will say welcome to Airbnb, welcome to Airbnb, and we'll provide this a class name of text Excel, padding bottom of 5. Save this. Okay, it's starting to look good. And I also do think that we need to change the font, and it needs to be changed inside our layout.jsx, this file right here. So let's change the font as well. And while we are here, we are going to change this metadata with Airbnb, the title. So what we are going to do is, I'm going to write export const metadata title Airbnb clone, and let's save this. And you can see that we have the title here. So in Next.js 13.4, you can have the metadata for the page as like this, export const metadata. And after this, we will import the inter font. So import inter equals to enter, and this needs to be imported. Import inter from, this is going to be next /font /Google, and we have the inter font. So Next.js in-housely provides us the Google fonts, so you don't have to import any font, just use it from Next.js. So import inter equals to, this is not import, this is going to be a const. That's it. And now we are going to use it by providing this to our body. So body would have a class name as inter.classname. That's it. And now let's check the fonts, and yeah, the fonts are changed and it's working. Now let's proceed further. So now before proceeding further, we are going to create some local states that we need. So first we are going to have a state for the email. So we are going to use the useState snippet, and this is going to be email and set email. Initially this is going to be an empty string. Let's import the useState. After that we'll have useState snippet again, and this is going to be for the password. This is going to be a blank string. Now after this, what we are going to do is we are going to have the first name and last name when we create a new user. So useState snippet, and this is going to be first name. This is going to be blank as well. useState snippet again, and this is going to be last name. This is going to be blank, and we are going to maintain a state for checking if the user is found in the DB. So for that we need the useState snippet again, and this is going to be user found and set user found. So initially this is going to be null, and after the API call we'll check if the user is there in the DB, then this is going to be true, or else this is going to be false. So initially this is going to be null. So after this welcome to Airbnb, I want an input field for storing our email, and for the input fields we are going to use an reusable component named as form input for all the inputs. So let's head over to forminput.jsx. It is inside source, components, common, and forminput.jsx. In here we need several props for this component. This is going to be name of the input, the type of the input. For the default type would be text, the value of the input. As this is a control component, we want to pass value and set value here, and the placeholder as well. And we will going to be check if this is listing. Is listing. I don't think this is necessary. Just give me a minute, I'll check it out. Okay, yeah, so is listing is needed because this is going to be reused in the listing creation process. So we are going to pass in false as here, and instead of this div I'm going to remove this, and this is going to be just an input, HTML input. We'll pass in the type here as the type from the props type. The value is going to be value. The name is going to be name. The placeholder is going to be placeholder, and on change property we'll have e, and we'll check if this is listing. Then we'll set value as name of the input, and e dot target dot value. So this is not useful for now. When we are creating the process, that would be used. Now for this we are going to use the e dot target dot value. So that's it. We'll check if this is listing, then we want to set the value as name and e dot target dot value, so the current value of this input. And if it is not from listing, then we want to set e dot target dot value. So in our case, inside the auth model, this thing right here would be called, not this thing. So initially we have given the false state for this, and for the type we have also given the default state as text. Now let's head over to the auth model and use that right here. Now we are going to check if user found is null. if user found is null, then we want this form input right here, the form input component, form input, and we are going to pass all the props. So type is going to be text, so we don't want to pass it. Then this is going to be name as email, placeholder is email as well. Then value would be email, set value would be set email. That's it. And now let's check it out here. We do have our input field, but this is not styled as we want. Have we given the class names here? Yeah, we have to provide a class name here as well, which is going to be a list of Tailwind classes. So border gray of 300, padding x of 2, padding y of 4, rounded medium, and a width of full. That's it. And yeah, it's looking great. Now let's proceed further. After this, inside the auth model, what we are going to do is we are going to have the same form input, paste it, change the name as password, placeholder as password, and type is going to be password. Save this and let's check it. Yeah, we have email and password, and you can see that it is looking great now. Email, password. And now we want to show this password when the user is already inside the database. So for now, user found triple equals to true. Then we want to show the password. So this would not be visible for now. Email, and let's try one thing. Let's give this a type of text, and yeah, that doesn't change anything. So let's remove this. And after this, I'm going to copy this form input, paste it 3 times, and this one right here is going to be the first name. Copy this, paste it here, set first name, and yeah, we have to change the value here as well. So this is going to be password, and this is going to be set password. Yeah, that's correct, password, set password. And right here, this is going to be first name, set first name. We don't want type as password. Same goes for here. Remove this. Name is going to be last name. Copy this and paste this. Last name. This is going to be last name, and this is going to be first name. This is going to be password, 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 and this is going to be password, set password. That's it. This should be visible, and we don't need this as of now. And this is going to be wrapped inside a div. So div with a class name of flex, gap 3, flex call, and let's wrap this inside of this, and this is in a nicer format. And now we only want to show this whenever the user found is false. That's it. Now after this div right here, we'll have a button with text as continue, and we are going to have several class names here. So class name is going to be BG Airbnb theme color. So this color right here is coming from Tailwind config.js, and it is already written from the starter file that you just forked. So I have already written all of these colors that we have using, and the grid template rows and the background image, so you don't have to write anything. Now after this background color, we are going to give it a padding y of 3, margin top of 5, width of full, text of white, text of large, font of medium, and a rounded medium as well. Save this and let's check it out. Okay, this is looking great. And for the on-click events here, we have to do something which is on click. First we'll check if user found triple equals to null. Then we want to call the verify email function, or else first we'll check if user is found, then we want to have the handle login function, or else we want handle sign up. So we don't have this functions yet, we have to define them. So const verify email is async. This is going to be const handle login equals to async, and this is going to be handle sign up is going to be async as well. That's it, and this should not give any error. Yeah, that's it. And let me check one thing. Yeah, so one thing was remaining is inside of transition all this thing right here, we need to provide some more classes here. So sm my is going to be 8. After that sm width is going to be full, and sm max width is going to be large. Save this, and you can see the model is quite bigger now and it is looking great. So now what we want to do is, when we click over this, we want to close it, and when we click over the context menu login button, we want to open this. So let's do that functionality. So now before that, we have to set up our Zustand store for the toggling and enabling the model. So for that, let's head over to the auth slice, that is inside the slices auth slice, and now we are going to create a slice from here. So that is used for Zustand, so I'll explain that. So create auth slice is going to be set get, and we'll have is auth modal open, this is going to be false, and set auth modal. I'll explain what Zustand is and how it is used and what is the methodology in a minute. Just let me write the code. Is auth modal open, not get dot is auth modal open. That's it. Now let's head over to store.js, and inside of here I'm going to write export const use app store equals to create from Zustand create dot create auth slice, and we need the auth slice. So import from /slices auth slice, and this is going to be create auth slice. And destructure A, that's it. Create and yeah, that's it. Now we want to use the Zustand store. So first I'll explain what Zustand is. So have you heard about Redux or Redux Toolkit? So it's a state management tool, and Zustand is the same, but Zustand is much more simpler to set up, and it's not complex as Redux and Redux Toolkit. So Zustand uses this slices, and we can have one slice or as many slices that you want. Slice is nothing, just we are maintaining different state inside of this. If you want to write all of these states here inside of a single slice, you can do that, but for simplicity and code readability, we are creating different slices, but you can just use one slice and that would work. So what we are doing inside these slices, we are just writing our use state function right here. So this is auth model open. So when we use the use state, we give it a predefined state. So initial state, this is going to be false. So initial state for is auth model open value is false, and we are having the set functionality here for the state, and we can name it anything, and Zustand provides us the set and get method. So set is used for setting the state, and get is used for getting the state inside of Zustand. If one state's value is dependent of another state, then we can get that state from the get method of Zustand. So it is very useful, and that's just it to set up Zustand. Now we don't have to wrap anything around our component, just like in Redux. In Redux we have to wrap the entire state around our main app component or the index component, but inside of here we don't have to do anything. And inside the navbar, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Zustand right here. So if you want to use Zustand, just write const and equals to use app store, the function that we created, and you will have all the list of functions here. So we are going to have the set auth model, and that's it. We just need the set auth model from here. So when we click over this login, what we want to do is we want to use set auth model, copy, paste, that's it, and this would revert the initial state of our auth model. So inside the auth slice, the initial state is false, and we are toggling this by set auth model. So when we call this function first time, it will set it to true, and when we call this other time, it will set it to false. So now inside our page.jsx, we are going to use the is auth model value. So const use app store, and we are going to get the is auth model open state, and is auth model open is true, then only we want auth model to be shown. Use ref only works in client components, so we need to wrap this component with use client as well. Use client, and let's reload this and see if it works. Okay, we don't have the model here. Let's click on this, and we have the model here. Now we want to close this model by clicking on this close model. So for that, we have to head over to is Auth Modal. First let's head over to Navbar, and I'm going to copy this use app store, head over to Navbar, not Navbar, Auth Modal, and I'm going to paste it right here. And when we click on this IOMD close, I'm going to write on click here. I'm going to call the set auth model function. That's it. And this would close the model. Okay, use app store is not defined, so we need to import it. Login and close, sign up and close. That's working. So this model is completed successfully. Now we have to make some changes to our backend for the authentication of JWT and call the APIs and everything. So let's get started with it. So now I want you to head over to credentials file inside server auth, this file right here, and inside of the credentials files, what I want to do is after this line password, I want you to add some custom code. So this would be for our 3 APIs. So after this, we have written this. This is for sign up. So for sign up, we are passing the username here, and we are passing the first name and the last name. So we are just denoting that over here. So for sign up, we want to have this thing right here. So this is for sign up. After that, we have this check user values. So for that, we just need the email. So this is going to be used for if the user exists in the database, and this is going to be used for sign up. And for login, this is going to be used the email and the password. Now next is I want you to head over to login arguments folder that is inside source auth, server source auth login arguments, just here. And inside of here, what I want you to do is I want you to use that sign up credentials and check user values here. So after this, I'm going to have this arguments type export class sign up arguments. And by the way, this code is generated by application, so we have to import this sign up credentials from the credentials files, and same goes for check user values, import that up. So that's it. Now the next file that we want to change is the auth.controller.ts file. So write control P, server source auth controller.ts. It's inside here as well. Now after this login, I want you to have, after this login decorator, I want you to have API bearer auth, import that from Next.js Swagger, API OK response, and get from Next.js common. That's it. And we also do need the request from Next.js common, and the user is imported from source user base user, source user base user, right? And we actually have to create this me request here. So this has to be created yet, and we need to import the check user values, and we also have to import this not import but create this check user method and .me method. So this is me and check user. So from front end, we are going to use this me and check user. So me is used for getting the current logged in user with the bearer token, and check user is just for checking if the user exists in the database. Now after this we also need one more method, which is going to be post request again, and this is going to be for sign up. So sign up credentials should be imported as well, and we need to create this three methods: me, check user, and sign up. So we have used the decorator post here. Whenever this is a post request, we want to use at post. If it is get, then we want to use get, and we are using this from Next.js common. Now save this, and now after this I want you to head over to auth.resolver.ts file, this file right here, and inside of this file we are going to have the three APIs data here. So before this thing right here, I'm going to have sign up, me, and check user right here. So import this up, import the user, import the check user arguments, and that's it. Other thing has to be still created. Now next thing that we have to change is we have to head over to auth.service.ts file, this file right here, and inside of the service file we are going to have the sign up, me, and the check user method. So after this login method right here, we are going to have the after this login method we are going to have the sign up method. Make sure that you import the sign up credentials. We are getting the credentials: username, password, first name, last name. We are creating the user, and I don't think we have to pass any rule here. If this is Airbnb user here, what we are going to do is make this as default. So instead of this Airbnb user, we are going to have the user as user role, and we are creating the token, returning the token, returning the roles from user.roles. That's it. And now let's import up the user. For me, we also have to create this decode token method, fix this not found exception, and have this async check user here. So this is for checking if the user already exists in the database. This is for getting the current user's data, and this is signing up the user. Make sure that you use this correctly. After this we have to head over to token.service.ts file, that is inside the auth as well. Token.service.ts source auth, this one right here. And inside of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write this thing. So I'm going to replace this with this. Add param bearer returns the username from a JWT token, decode token, get the bearer token, and return this .jwt service.verify. Save this, and you can see that the error should be fixed from here as well, decode token. So now let's save this as well, and I think everything should be fixed now. Let's restart our server and check things out. And start again. Okay, so there's an error for this authorization in auth.controller.ts. So let me check what it is. Request.headers.authorization. request and user. Why there's this error? Just let me check what have I missed. Okay, so I found the issue. So we have to import request from Express, and we also had to import this sign up credentials, and this is working now. Let's reload this by yarn start. Let's see if this works. There's still error inside auth.resolver.ts, and authorization does not exist on header. Okay, I think we have to import request here as well, and context should also be imported. Let me check from where this context is coming. Okay, that's imported from GraphQL only. Let's save this and let's reload this by yarn start. Okay, it has started successfully, and now we'll head over to localhost 3000/API, and we can see that we have this new API. Our new APIs here: API me, API check user, and API sign up. So now let's use that in our front-end application. So now I want you to head over to the public directory, and inside the public I want you to head over to source, and inside the source I want you to head over to the lib. Inside lib I want you to head over to this http.js. so here we are going to use Axios and the interceptor for Axios and everything. So for that I want you to head over to application.com website, and I want you to head over to docs. Now I want you to head over to the tutorial sections, the React to-dos, and I want you to head over to the front-end authentication, and I am going to copy this third thing, paste it, and I'm also going to import the Axios library. Axios is used for API calling, and this is not like this. We want import like this, import Axios from Axios. That's it. Now in here we have the API URL, so API is on 3000, and JWT key is the access token of our the backend that returns. Now this is an Axios interceptor, so this would be invoked whenever we call any API before the API reaches the server. After we have called the API and before it reaches to the server, this interceptor would be called, and in here we'll be injecting the access token as the config.headers.authorization, and after this we are going to copy these things right here, and we also need this. So what this is doing is, this is just for creating a new URL, and this is to check if the JWT is stored in the local storage, and this is for storing the JWT inside the local storage. So we are going to store the access token inside our local storage. So that's it. Now what we want to do is we want to actually write the logic for API. So I want you to head over to auth.js, and inside the auth.js what I'm going to do first is, let's head over to here. So we are going to copy this me API from application, paste the API right here, and we are also going to copy this login API, and we also have to create the signup API. So this is not written in application. Yeah, it is written, so let's grab that also. Why should we write it if it's already written? And now we have to also use this import from here. And now first we are going to use this signup API. So what this will do is we'll get the username, password. Username is not just the email of the user, then we'll get the first name and we'll get the last name as well. And we are going to call the API await post create URL. So create URL was written here. Create URL, we just have to pass our endpoint and API URL. So in here create URL, so we are passing in our endpoint here, and then we are passing the username, password, first name, and the last name, and it will get the data and consolidate the data. And now after sign up, what it will do is it will call the me API to get the logged in users data. So it will first check the me API the me callback will check if the JSON is not JSON but JWT is stored in the local storage. If it is stored, then it will call the API/me, which will return the user's first name, last name, email ID and everything. And if the JWT is not stored, then it will return null. So in here, that's it. Now this is for sign up, and before calling the me, what it is doing is it is also storing the JWT inside the local storage with this set stored JWT. It is already written here, set stored JWT. So that's it. And for the login, do we have to make any changes? Username, password? No, I don't think any change has to be made here. That's it. Now let's head over to our auth model, and we are going to utilize that here. Oh, before doing that, we also have to write the check user API. So for that, I'm going to write it by myself. So export const check user equals to async email we'll get the result equals to await post create URL, and we'll pass API/check user here. And after this, we'll also pass in the email, our email here. And after this, we'll have catch, and this would just have null. After this, we'll have dot data here, and if there is no result, then we want to return false, as there would be no user, or else we'll return true. That's it. So we are just checking if the user is present based on their email, if the user is present inside the database or not. Let's save this, and I want you to head over to auth model, and inside the auth model, what we are going to do is first we are going to use the verify email function. So inside the verify email, what we are going to do is we'll have const data as await check user, make sure that is imported from Airbnb lib auth check user. We'll pass in the email right here, and if there is no data, then we'll write set user found as false, or else we'll write set user found as true. That's it. And now we are going to it should be all automatically called from this on basis of this. So So I don't think any logic should be written, and I think we have to change something here. Yeah, after I am going to have in here, we'll check if user found triple equals to null. If it is null, then we want to show this span login or sign up, and if it is not, then the me API is already called, and we want to show the user's email here. So what we'll do is we'll just check if user found is true, then the user is already present and we want to show the login message, or else the user is not present in database, so we'll show sign up. We need a space, and now the email should be stored inside our local state. No need to get the email from backend, and that is it. Now let's use that in our UI. Let me reload this, and I'm going to open up the inspect. I'll have this login, and I'm going to use Kishan21 at gmail.com. And let's head over to network tab, hit continue. Okay. Next one requires SWC, so there's a font error we need to fix first. Let me fix it. Okay, so it is working. I just had to delete a .babelrc file from here. If you have that file here, just delete .babelrc file and restart your server, and I think that would work. Just reload this page, and now login. Let's pass in the email. Let's pass in kishansheth@gmail.com. Hit continue, and there's a 500 error. I don't know why. So internal server error. Okay, his last form value is not a thing. Let me see how to fix this, and I'll let you know. Okay, so I have fixed this issue. If you are facing this kind of issue when you are calling the API, so the simple fix is head over to your VS Code, head over to the server directory, and cd server, head over to server directory, and I want you to write rmrf node modules. That will delete the node modules of the server. So there's a conflicting package Reactjs, so the error is coming because of the Reactjs package. So make sure that you remove the node modules. Wait for this to remove the node modules. It will take a minute. Okay, so the node modules are deleted. Now after this, I want you to write npm I to install the packages, not yarn. Use npm. Wait for this to install the dependencies. This may take time. Okay, so dependencies were installed. Now I want you to write cd //cd // to head over to the master directory again, and now I'm going to write yarn start to start the application again. Wait for this to compile. Okay, it is compiled. Now let's reload this, and I want to open up the inspect again, head over to the network tab. Let's log in again. I'm going to use this email, continue, and there's a 404 error. That doesn't mean that the server has crashed, so let's create the new user, and there is this error. I don't know why. Console set value is not a function. I think we have missed while providing the state. So inside the auth model, last name, oh, this is going to be set last name. So set last name, and this should work now. Let's clear this errors. Kishan sheet, yeah, this is working, and I'm going to write admin as the password, and let's open up the network, clear out this, continue, and I think we have to write the sign up function here as well. Let's write it. So we'll check if there's email and password and first name and last name, then only we want to proceed further. So we'll have const beta is equals to await sign up. That make sure that is imported from Airbnb auth libauth, this thing right here, and we want to pass email, password, first name and last name. That's it. Now after this I'm going to write set auth modal to close everything, and let's check it out. Continue, and sign up was successful. You can see 204 here. Let's see response 201. Yeah, we have written with the ID and access token, and also the me API was called, and you can see that it is coming. And now if we head over to our application, inside application local storage, you can see that we have the access token and it is working. So yeah, that's done. Now what we want to do is, after the login is done, we want to store that me thing. I'm going to head over to the network and this thing. So I want the first name, last name, username and the ID to be stored inside the user info. So for that I want you to head over to auth slice, and inside the auth slice we are going to store that. So for that slice, auth slice, and in here we are going to first have the is logged in. This will just check if the user is logged in or not, and then user info is going to be null at first, and comma, then we'll have set is logged in. As soon as we are logged in, we want to set the logged in status. So this is going to be an error function status, and set is logged in as the status, and set user info here, and we are going to set the user info as well, user info. That's it. And as soon as we have the user info, we also want to update that inside our navbar. So let's head over to navbar, and right here what I'm going to do is, instead of this image, we'll also check if there's a user info. From here we'll check if there is user info, then we will get the first initial letter of the first name. So we'll check if there is user info, then we'll have this span, or else we want this span right here with the image. So inside of this span, the content would be user info dot first name, and we'll split it. So that would convert an array, and we need shift to get the first element of the array and to uppercase to make sure that this converts that letter to uppercase. That's it. And let's provide the class name here as well. Flex, justify center, items center, background black, text white, height of 7, width of 7 as well, text of small, rounded full. That's it. And now let's head over to our auth model, and in here I am going to import the set is logged in and set user info. So let me grab that from auth slice. So we need this set is logged in, and we need set user info. So after set auth model, I'm going to set the user info and set is logged in. So set user info is going to be data, and set is logged in as true. And now let's log in again. No, we have to create the login also first. So if email and password is there, then we'll have const data equals to await login. Make sure that is imported from Airbnb lib auth, and pass in the email and password here. And I'm going to copy these things from here, paste it, and now let's check it. Return login, pass in this email, continue, and this is asking for sign up again. I'm not sure why. Let's pass in the same parameters. Admin could not sign up. What was the error? Another record with the requested username already exists. So you can see that application generated this error with correct error message. So how useful application can be for a front-end developer if you don't want to write backend on your own. So that is done. Now we have done something wrong in here. If this is null, this is null, this is true, and if the user found is true and user found is false, I think we have missed something here. If there is no data, then set user found as false, and if there is data, then set user found as true. And I want to console the data, so let's see what it is returning. Login, data is returning as false. Why is that? Let's head over to the auth.js, and what we have written here, check user, and if there is not result, then return false. Let's console out the data, console, not like this, console log result, and let's see, close this, login again, data, and yeah, this time it fetched everything and this is working. So we had to remove that data from here, so that is working. Now you can see that it is coming that login. So we will pass in our password as admin, continue, and you can see that we have our initial letter K here. So our login and sign up functionality is working perfectly. So our authorization and authentication is done. Now we want to do one thing more, that when the user is logged in, instead of this context menu, we want to show different options here, which has the sign out button and the Airbnb your home option and everything. So let's do that as well. Okay, so now I want you to head over to navbar.jsx, and in here I will have const authentication context. Authentication, it's not authentication, it is authenticated context menu options equals to array. We'll have name as messages and callback is going to be set is context menu visible as false, and I am going to copy this several times and change this messages to notifications, then this is going to be trips, this is going to be wish lists, this is going to be manage listings, then we will have help, and at the end we are going to have logout, and inside the logout, after the context menu before the context menu is closed, we'll set user info as null again. So this method should be imported from user app store, so set user info. After that, we also want to clear the local storage, so what we want to clear the access token, so local storage dot clear, and let's check if the logout is working. Okay, yeah, we also have to show the context menu here. So inside the options here, what I'm going to do is we'll check if there is user info, then we want to show the authenticated context menu options or the context menu options. So let's see if this works. And yeah, we have the other context menu, and when we click on this logout, you can see that the user was logged out, and when we click on this again, we have this login. Let's log in again, and yeah, this is working. So now when we click over the strips, wish list and manage listing, so those pages should be open up, but we have not implement that. We'll do that afterwards. Now what I want to do is, when we click over this Airbnb your home, I want to navigate to the create listing page, and we will start creating new listings here. So let's do that. Okay, so now I want you to head over to listingslice.js, and for the listing, creating the new listing, we are going to manage all the state with Zustand, and for that we are going to separate all the states to this listingslice.js. So what I'm going to do is not the listing slice, I'm going to do that in the process slice because it's a process. So export const create process slice equal to set and get. We are not going to define all the states, we are going to just define this function over here, and as we have created the new slice, we have to import it into our use app store. Create process slice from /slices and process slice, spread the create process slice and spread the A. That's it. So this is complete. Now I want you to head over to the app directory. Inside the app directory, new listing page and page.jsx. And now inside of this, what we are going to do is, as this is going to be a process, so we have to maintain some steps on what process the step is currently on. So for that, we are going to use the use state snippet for state, and we'll have step and set step. Oh, it's not first step. this is export default page. Now going to have use state snippet. This is going to be step and set step. Why is this happening? I don't know. And this is also being changed from export default page and step, set step, and initially this is going to be 0. This is going to be numeric value. And now what I'm going to do is, instead of this page, we will have the content here. So this is going to be grid. Oh, we have to give it a class name. Grid rows, new listing. This is also already defined in the Tailwind config.js files. So we have 10 viewport for navbar, 10 viewport for footer, and 80 viewport for the content. New listing, and we'll provide this a height of 100 viewport height. Now inside of this, I'm going to have a header for the navbar, header element, and it will have a class name of flex, items center, px of 20, justify between, and inside of this I'm going to have another div with a class name of cursor pointer, and inside of this I'm going to have Airbnb logo shot that is already defined in the SVG Airbnb logo shot. Now what I'm going to do is, if my step is less than or equal to 13, then I want to have a button, not RX button, just a button which will say save and exit, and I'm going to give it a class name of border gray 300, padding x of 5, padding y of 2, rounded full, and font semi bold. Also hover would be border gray 700, and the cursor of pointer. This would be only visible when the step is less than 13. So whenever there is a last step, we don't want to show this. So that's it for the header. And now I want you to head over to the new listing page. New listing. First state is not defined. Okay, this is use state. Okay, we also have to do this use client. Okay, we have the logo and the save and exit thing. Now let's have the content. And after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a footer. Inside the footer, I'm going to have class name, and this is going to be template strings. So flex, then items center, padding x of 20, padding bottom of 4, border top of 4, border top gray of 300, and inside of this we have to do several things. So we are going to have handle previous and handle next thing. So I don't think that is necessary for now. We'll do that afterwards. By the way, we have this border here, and we'll do the footer afterwards. Let's do the middle components first. So for that, I'm going to write the function which is going to be const get component component equals to arrow function switch step. So we are going to provide the step value as the switch, and if the case is 0, then we want to return the overview component, which is already inside the Airbnb components process overview. So I'm going to show you that. So Airbnb components process, so these are all the process components that we are going to need. So this is that, and let's call this get component here, and let's see, we have the overview component. So now let's style overview first. So let's head over to overview, and inside the overview, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have some dummy data, and I'm going to paste it right here. You can write anything. So we have this main title, it's just a string. Then we have a data array, which is title, description, and image. So image is already inside the public directory. So when you head over to public, you have this overview 1, overview 2, and overview 3. So it's already in the starter file, and it's just a demo data. So I'm going to use that here and map over that. So inside this, I'm going to have class name, flex, height of full, justify between, items of center, padding x of 32, and a gap of 20. Now inside of this, I'm going to have a div with a strong tag with an h1.class name as text 5xl and leading normal. Then we'll have text Airbnb light black color, and we'll use that for main title. So main title is this. Now let's check it. So yeah, we have the main title here. Let's do the other things. So after this div right here, we'll have another div, ul, not div, with a class name of flex, and flex call, gap of 16, and inside of this I'm going to map that array of data. So data dot map, and I'm going to destructure the description, title, and the image, and I'm going to return an li with key as title, and class name would be flex, item center, justify start, and gap of 6. Now inside of this li right here, what I'm going to do is going to have a strong element again, and this time it is going to have a class name of text2xl and a text Airbnb light black, and we are going to have title in an h3. After this strong tag, we'll have another I think I messed up. Yeah, I messed up. So inside the strong text 2xl, and we also have padding top of 5, and instead of this title I'm going to have h3 index plus 1. So we also need index from here to denote just 1 2 3. So h3 index plus 1, and now another div with padding top of 5. Inside of this div I'm going to have strong class name of text 2xl and a text Airbnb light black. Inside of the strong we'll have h3, and then we'll have an p of text. Let's do one thing. I'm just going to have a p tag here and give it a class name of text Airbnb light gray, and inside of this p I'm going to have the description, and after this div right here I'm going to have another div with the relative class name, relative. Now with relative we'll also give it a width of 48 and a height of 32, and object cover property, and I'm going to give it an image tag here, provide a source as image, alternative text is going to be overview, and the fill prop. So what this fill prop will do is, whenever we use the Next.js image tag, we have to provide the height and width of the image. But if we want to make that responsive, so what we do is we wrap that image tag around a div or span or anything and give that wrapper element a relative class name. So with relative we also give that a width and height of that element, and Next.js would automatically fill up to that div. So that's pretty useful. Now let's save this and check it out. And yeah, we have this amazing overview, and now we want the get started button here. So let's have that get started button. So I want you to head over to page.jsx, and inside the page.jsx, inside the footer, we are going to have a button which says get started. Save it, and we have that button. Now we have to style it. Let's give it a class name, and I'm going to give it an Airbnb BG Airbnb gradient, and padding y of 3, margin top of 5, padding x of 5, text of white, text of base, and font medium. With font medium we'll also give it a rounded medium and a cursor pointer. That's it. Now let's check it out, and we have this amazing button. Now we want this button at this side, and when we click on get started we want to proceed to next step, and instead of this get started we want back and next button here. So let's do that as well. Let's style those buttons first. So button, and this one is going to be have the back as content. Class name would be padding y of 3, margin top of 5, padding x of 10, text of Airbnb light black with an underline, over, background gray 200, text base, font medium, rounded medium, cursor pointer, and we also have this back button now. Now let's do the same for next button, and for the next button I think everything would be same, just the color would be different. So instead of this background Airbnb gradient, I'm going to give it a color of #222222. Save, and we have all the buttons, and instead of get started this is going to have next here. Yeah, amazing. Now what I'm going to do is we are going to have on click here, on click, and this is going to be handle previous, and this one right here is going to have handle next. I'm going to copy this and we will paste it here, and now we have to create these functions. So const we just need the name, handle next is this, and const handle previous is this. Let's check it out. Okay, now we just want to show the handle next. So for that, what we will be doing is we'll wrap this all and we'll check if step is less than equal to 1, then we want to show this button less than, or sorry, not less than, greater than or equal to 1, and if step not equals 0, then we'll show this button, or else we will show this button. Okay, get started. Now we want this get started at this side. So for that, what I'm going to do is here we have to give a dynamic class name. So what we will be doing is we'll check if step is greater than 0, then we want to give justify between, or else we want to give justify end. So whenever the step is greater than 0, then we will have handle, so back button and the next button, and when we have step equals to 0, we just have the get started button. So get started should be at the end, and when we have both the buttons next and back, then we want to have back here and next here. So this handles that, and now when we click over this, we want to proceed to the next step. So for that, we have to create handle next here. So for handling the next, what I'm going to do is, in this I'm just going to write set step plus 1, and I'm going to copy this, paste it over here, and just do the reverse of it, step plus 1, step minus 1, that's it, get started, and we have the buttons. And now we want the content here, so let's have the content. So the second would be step 1 starter, so let's do that. Okay, so now after this case 0, we are going to have case 1, which is going to be step 1 starter. So step 1 starter, it is imported from process as well, and let's head over to step 1 starter, and inside of this I'm going to remove this div, give this a class name. This is going to be flex item center height of full and max mx of 20. Inside of this I'm going to have another div with grid. We'll also give grid calls of 2, gap of 10, item center. Now inside of this I'm going to have flex call, gap of 4, text Airbnb light black, and inside of this div I'm going to have text of 2xl, and this is going to have step 1 as text. And now I'm going to have h1 with text 4xl class name, and going to have strong and tell us about your place. You may be wondering why I'm using a strong inside of h1. So we can also use the Tailwind classes to give the bold effect, but since the Next.js is SEO optimized and we want to give SEO to this, so whenever you want to give higher SEO, so make sure that you use the HTML tags instead of using CSS. This helps you rank your pages. I'm not sure about this, but that's what I have heard, so I'm using that. We can do that both way. We can use the class name of font bold here from Tailwind, or we can just use the strong tag. It's one and the same, but I think this is more like more helpful and readable, so I use strong. And now inside of P for the description we have text XL, and inside of P I'm going to have some demo text, so I'm going to copy and paste it. You can write it by yourself and you can write it anything, it's just demo text. And after this div right here, we'll have another div and we'll have a video element. So source would be home.mp4. This is also already inside the public directory, and we want to autoplay this, and we want to loop it after it is completed, and we don't want to show the controls, so controls is false. Again, we can use this, and that's it. I think it should be completed. Get started and tell us about your place, and we have the video. So it is looking great. Now the next step would be, let me check it what it is, a listing type selector. So we'll give it the types for, so for that let's head over to here and have case 2 return listing type selector. That's it. So now I am inside the listing type selector. I'm going to remove this text, give this a class name of flex, justify center, item center, max height of 80 viewport height, and height of 80 viewport height. And now inside of this div, I'm going to have another div which will have an h2, and this would have which of these best describes your place, and we'll give this an h2 a class name of font semi bold and text of 4xl. And after this h2, I'm going to have another div with the class name of grid calls of 3, gap of 5, max height of 70 viewport height, overflow of auto, scroll and no scroll bar class, my of 10, padding bottom of 5. Now we have given this no scroll bar class, so what this will do is it will remove the scroll bar. So this is a custom class written by me, so dot no scroll bar. So what this will do is, we want the component to be scrolled, but we don't want to show the scroll bar. So we have written this custom components that it's supported for Chrome and Internet Explorer, Edge, Firefox and Safari and Opera. So this would handle that. So we want the component to be scrolled, but we don't want to show the scroll bar. So that is the custom class that we have written, that is not provided by Tailwind CSS. And now after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the listing types. So if you head over to data, we have this listing types, and I have imported all the SVGs for the listing type and created an array of name and SVG path. So it is easier, you don't have to write anything, you just have to map over this listing types. So also all the SVGs are inside this SVG folder. Where was it? Components, data, store, and yeah, this thing right here. So inside of this we have all the listing types. That's it. Now let's map it. Make sure that you import it. I'm going to auto import it. Listing types, it is imported from data, listing types dot map, and have the type inside of it, and I'm going to return a button. So button would have type dot svg path and a span tag which would have type dot name, and this should also return a key. So for key, I'm going to use type dot name, and I think there's an error. Oh, I need to remove this, and that's it. Let's check it. Get started, next, and yeah, we have this. We have to style it yet, but it's here. So now button has class name. This is going to be dynamic class name, and flex call, font semi bold, border gray 300, rounded medium p of 3, and when we hover over this, we want border gray, not e, border gray of 950, transition all, not translate full, we need transition all, and duration 300. What other class names do we need? And now there would be some dynamic class names, so we'll do that afterwards. Now let's see that. Yeah, this is working great, but when we hover over this, it is not working. Hover border gray 950, hover border gray 950. Yeah, it is correct. And we also don't have the border around this. Let's have this, inspect. Here is the button, and border color is here. But I don't know why it is not showing up. Let me check. Border gray 300. I think I also have to give a border class, so that would work. Yeah, it is working, and borders are also rounded. Now what we want to do is, when we click on any of this, I want to make the this as stored in our Zustand process slice store. So when we click over this, we will select the place as house. If we click on house, and it would be stored in Zustand, just like Redux or Redux toolkit. So what I'm going to do is, we'll head over to process slice, and inside of process slice, I'm going to have a location type which is going to be undefined first of all, and I will set location type as location type, and we'll set it location type. That's it. Now let's use that here. Const equals to use app store, and listing type, set listing type. I think it should be location type, not sure. Well, let's name it listing type. It's one and the same. And now what we will do is, we'll create a function. Yeah, we don't need to create a function, we'll just use the on click. So on click, when we click on this, we'll use set listing type as type. And what error do we have here? Okay, this is inside of this. And for the dynamic class name, what we are going to do is, we'll check if type.name triple equals to listing type.name, the one that we have stored in our Zustand store. Then we want the border gray class to here, so it gives an selected effect, border gray, and background slate of 100. That's it. Let's check it. Next, Okay, listing type of this. Now let's select on this camper van, and we again have an error. Set listing type is not a function. Let's copy this and head over to process slice. Okay, so this is location type and set location type. My bad. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to use Control D to select all of this and paste it, and do the same for this. Control D, Control C, and I'm going to select set listing type all the instances and Control V, and it has been replaced. Now when I click on this camper van, you can see that it is selected. When I click on this barn, it would be selected. If I go back and come here again, it is maintained because it is in Zustand store. Now let's proceed for the next step in our listing process, and inside the page we are going to have case 3, and we are going to have listing place type. So this would be listing place type. So what kind of place type is this? Is this a house? Is this a single room, or this is a shared room? So that is for that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this data here. So you can just write it: data, title, subtitle and SVG. Title and entire house, subtitle just demo text, and SVG would be house, and this house is imported from Airbnb SVG listing types and house. Let's do the same for the room and shared room. All the SVGs are inside listing types. Save it, and now we are going to map it and use that, and we are going to use the same selection logic that we used for the listing type selector. So for that, let's head over to process slice, and what we are going to do here is we'll have place type as undefined first, and then we'll have set place type. We'll have place type and set place type. That's it. You can name this here as anything. If I name this as just an A, then what we can do is we'll have place type as the key and the value as A. But since we are using ES6, we are just using place type, the name, so it automatically has the key and value as this name. So it shortens our code and it looks neat. Now let's head over to listing place type again, and I'm going to import those states here. So const equals to use app store, and if we had if we had used Typescript here, then we may have the IntelliSense for this also, but we haven't used that. The next thing I'm thinking of using the Typescript. So now instead of this, we are going to give this a class name of flex item center, justify center, flex call, height of full, and a gap of 10. We'll have an h2. Class name would be font semi bold, text 4XL. Inside this goes which of this best describes your place. After this h2, we'll have an ul.class name with flex call, gap of 5, width of 800 pixels, and we are going to map the data. So data.map will get the place from here, and we'll return the li. We'll give it a key place dot title, and inside the li we'll have another div with h4 dot h3. We are going to use h4 with the class name of font semi-bold, and this would have place dot title as the value, and then we'll have p, which would have place dot subtitle, and then we'll end this div and we'll use the place.svg for the svg, place.svg, and let's see if it is working. Place.subtitle is undefined. Subtitle is here. Why it is undefined? Okay, this is place type. We need to change this as place. And those are here. Now let's style this further, and what should we do is inside of this li I'm going to have a class name flex border. I think I can copy this from here. Let's copy this. Listing type selector class name. Yeah, I need to copy all of this. Let's copy the on click also. Copy, paste it, and replace the location type with place type, and this is type, not type, this is place dot title triple equals to place type dot title, and set location type is going to be place. That's it. Let's check it. Oh, this just messed up. We don't need the flex call here. We don't need font semi-bold. Border is there, border gray 3 is there. We need padding of 7, rounded medium MD is there. We need justify between, and hover border gray 500. Cursor pointer should be there. That's it. Now let's check it. Yeah, this is looking perfect. And on click, set location type. This is not location type. Set place type, and it is selected. If we go back, come back here, it is selected. This is also selected. Now let's proceed to the next part, which would be place location. Listing place type, place location. Yeah, we need the place location now. So for that, let's head over to case 4, return place location. That's it. Now we'll have the place location here, and for place location we have to do many things. So let's do that. Give me a minute. First of all, we need the React Map GL library. So if you head over to package.json, package here, it is already installed React Map GL. So it is a wrapper for Mapbox API created by Ube team, I think. So if we head over to React Map GL, this thing right here, I don't know who created it, but this is created by Uber, I think. Not sure, but you can use this. So you need a React Map GL library. We have already installed it, and we also need some scripts. So this is the styling, I think. Okay, so let's use this link tag, or we can do one thing. Give me a minute. Okay, so instead of that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this examples, and we need the geocoder example for the search. So for this, I'm going to head over to the GitHub for this examples, and the geocoder example, yeah, this one, geocoder. Head over to its index.html, and we have this. Let's copy this both link and head over to the layout.jsx, and I'm going to paste this before the body. So these are just the style sheets, and I think there is some issue. Yeah, this should be self-closing, this too. Okay, so this is for geocoder search CSS, and this is for Mapbox. So we just loaded the CSS in this. Now what we are going to do other is inside of this geocoder source, and I think we need geocoder control.tsx. Let me check. Okay, so yeah, we need this geocoder-control.tsx file. So you can copy this, or if you head over to our source code and hit Control P and write geocoder-control.jsx, then we have this file inside public, source, components, and process. And I have already defined all of the things that we need. We need to remove this after the use control, this thing right here. It was causing an error, I think. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's it. We had to remove that. And yeah, all of this is here. You don't need to understand the logic for this file. It is just used in this. Now if we go to the app.tsx, you will see that it is using this from here. Now we also need a token for our Mapbox. So I'm going to head over to Mapbox, this link right here, and we'll get a token. So I'm going to sign up. I need to create an account. Kishan. Okay, there should be special characters. Create account. Oh, this needs a card number. Let me check if we can get around this. Okay, so I didn't find a way to access Mapbox without a credit card. So you need a credit or debit card and enter your details. Then head over to this token section when you log in, and you can create a new token or get the default public token. I'm going to copy this, and I will head over to our code and go to next.config.js, and I'm going to have next, and this is going to be map, this is going to be next public, and Mapbox access token, and then we'll provide that token here. That's it. and you cannot copy my token because it would be revoked while this video would be uploaded. So make sure that you generate your own token, and we will also need this cloudinary cloud name. So also don't use this will also be changed while the video will be uploaded. So now we don't need this, and we can use this access token inside our component. So let's head over to listing place type, listing place, not listing place type, listing location. Okay, it's not listing location, it's place location component. And now we'll use everything here. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to define a data, const data equals to landmark, and then I don't think this is necessary for now, we'll do that afterwards. Let's grab the map first. So inside of here I'm going to have this div flex, class name flex, flex call, item center, justify center, height of full, gap of 5, then an h2 width font semi bold, text 4XL. Inside of this, which of this best describes your place. This text could be anything. Then we'll have p. Inside of this we'll have another demo text. After this p we'll have a div with the height of 400 pixels. Okay, I need to have a div, class name height full, not full, 400 pixels, and the width of 700 pixels. Now inside of this we'll have our map. So map should be from React Map GL dist, or it can be from React Map GL only. Map, and we need to pass several things here. So the initial view state, so it should be the longitude and latitude that you want to provide for default. In my case I'm providing this longitude and latitude. This should be an object again, yeah. And the zoom level, this values could be anything. You can use your custom from Google. So if you need your locations longitude and latitude, just search in Google and paste those value here. And then we'll have map style, and this is going to be, I think we can copy this from here. Yeah, you can copy the initial view state, maps, and all of this. So I'm going to copy all of this. This is the geocoder example, and let's just copy everything here. And access token, give me a minute. How will we access this? I need to check. Okay, so for environment variables, we'll just replace this token with process.env.next public, and let's grab the variable itself, and that's it. And now let's test the things if it works. Reload this, and I think we need to reload our application. Let's reload this now. We still have some errors. What are those? Okay. Let's reload this. And I think this is coming from our layout. This file, link, and this should be closed like this. Same goes for this. Let's see if this works. Reload. Okay, I think we need to add a precedence here. So precedence equals to default. Let's reload this again. And yeah, it's working now. Okay, so now get started. Next. Geocoder is not defined. Let's head over to our place location. Import the geocoder. Control panel is not defined. We don't need the control panel. Geocoder has an error. Argument must be of type function. Okay, there might be some error. Let me check what it is. Okay, so what we'll do is here after this we'll give this a marker as true on loading prop, on loading as an empty. We need 4 of these, and we'll change on results, on result, and on error. So these methods are from here. We have commented this. So this was provided by default, but we commented this because we needed one of the property. So for that we have commented that, and we have passed it from here. We will need the on result property. When we search anything, then we need the results of it. Now let's see if we get our map. Yeah, our map is here, and let's search for India. And yeah, we have the map with the animations. Isn't it looking cool? We can scroll the map, and let's search for Ahmedabad. And yeah, this is working. So our Mapbox is working successfully. Now we also need, when we search with this, we need to store its return data to our store. So let's do that. So now let's handle the results. So in here I'm going to write a method const get results equals to destructure the result and an arrow function. So we'll get the longitude and latitude from result dot geometry dot coordinates. Let's do one thing. I'm going to console out the result so you can see what is inside the result. So I'm going to replace this with handle. What was the name of the function? Okay, get results. And I don't want to give this arrow function as well. That's it. Let's check it out. If it works, I'll open up the console and we need to, let's select Ahmedabad. Console is not coming. Why is that? Let's select India again. Did we write console? Okay, console is here. Let's do an alert on results. Let's see if this works. I'm going to refresh this and get started. Next. Let's search for India. Okay, we are on the results and now we do have the result. We just had to refresh it. So you can see that we have geometry, and inside geometry we have longitude and latitude and all the other properties, and the address that we need is inside of this. So I'm going to use this. So now instead of this console and coordinates, and inside the coordinates we need the longitude and latitude. So longitude, latitude, result geometry dot coordinates. Then let's have this data inside of this, and landmark is we can name this as result dot text. Then we'll have neighborhood, then we'll have postcode, then we'll have locality, then we'll have place, then we'll have district, then we'll have region, and at the end we'll have country. That's it. Now what we are going to do is we'll have result context dot for each, and we'll get the item, and we'll have object dot keys data, and again a for each. We'll have a key, and I'll explain what I'm writing. If item dot id dot starts with key plus dot, then we'll have data of key equals to item dot text. So I'm going to console out the results again so you can see what is happening. Console log result. Now this time I'm going to select a place called Atmiya. It's my college, by the way, and it has all the data that we need, and we would have this context area. So we are going to map over all of this. So this first map is on the context, and we'll get all the item like this and this and this. And now what we are doing is object dot keys of data. So for all these data dot for each, for all of these we are going to, for landmark, neighborhood, postcode, we are going to loop over it and get the key. And what we'll do is we'll check if item dot id dot starts with key plus dot. So we'll check if this mapping over this, and checking if neighborhood dot starts with this, and if it matches then we'll have its value, this text, stored inside of this So actually I generated this logic with ChatGPT, but it's pretty simple. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to store this map data, this thing, latitude and longitude, inside a map data, and location data is this location data. We'll set it inside Zustand. So let's do that. Just give me a minute. Process slice, and in here we are going to have map data as undefined and location data as undefined as well. Then we'll have set map data. This is going to have map data, and we'll have set map data, and we'll have set location data as location data, set location data. That's it. Now let's use this inside our place location. So inside of here, what I'm going to do is const equals to use app store, and we'll get the set map data and set location data, set map data and set location data. That's it. Now I'm going to, at the end, going to set the map data as object and pass in the longitude and the latitude. That's it. And set location data and spread the data. That's it. So our place location is also completed. Now the next would be the place details. So we'll have a text fields to write all of this, and if the user wants to change any of it, he can change it. So let's do that. Okay, so now I'm going to page.jsx again, and now we'll have case 5. We have total of 13 cases. So return, this is going to be place details, and let's head over to place details. What we are going to do here is we'll get the location data and set location data from use app store. So const location data and set location data equals to use app, not use amp, this is use app store, and we'll have an handle change value, not value but a function, const handle change equals to, we'll get the name and value, and set location data, will destructure the location data here and set the name as key and value. That's it. Now we are going to have many components here. So class name flex, justify center, items center, height of full, flex of call, gap of 2 and width of full as well. So we are going to have the inputs for every thing. So let's do that. Now flex call, gap of 3. Inside of this we'll have an h2 with the class name of font semi bold. Also we'll give it a text for Excel. Inside of this, confirm your address. After this we'll have an p tag which will have your address is only shared after guest makes the reservation. Then we'll have another div with flex call with full, item center, gap 3, height full, overflow auto, no scroll bar, padding bottom of 20, padding top of 5, and inside of this div we'll have another div with flex call, gap of 2, width of 30%. That's it. Now inside of this we'll have form input. So form input, this is the reusable component that we have used in the auth model, and remember the its listing property, we already did that, so we are using that. Name is going to be country, placeholder is going to be country, set value would be handle change, and type is going to be text, value is going to be location data dot country. And now let's head into form input, and you can see that we have already have this name and e.target.value, so it's already done. Now let's grab a data here and move forward. I'm going to select ATME again, and we have an error. What is that? Console intermediate value is not returable. Object.get results. Don't know from where it is coming, but let's proceed further. We'll see if anything gets stuck. Okay, I think it's not looping over because we don't have the value of the country here. We have this, but not that. Okay, so it's not terrible. We have the error here. I don't know why this error is coming. Let's head over to place location, result dot geometry dot, oh, the spelling is wrong, COORDINATES coordinates, and let's check it now. I think I need to reload the component. Yeah, I need to reload this. Let's see if this works again. We still have error. Okay. Item.id.start with. It starts with. This it starts with. And let's see if this works now. This is working, but the data is not being loaded. Yeah, we have the data now, and this is, yeah, it's working. So now let's have all the other form fields. Listing place type, not listing place type, that was place details. And inside the place details, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy paste the data, so not to waste time. So this is country, neighborhood, this is the place placeholder, set value is same, type is same, but value is location data dot neighborhood. That is just changed. Now I'm going to copy the other data as well. Now I will paste it outside of this div. So you will have this div again, flex call gap 2, and now inside of this we have place. So this is location data dot place, and this is location data dot locality. And now after this I will have one more, not one more, we'll have two more things. So this would be landmark and this would be district, and after this we'll have the country. I think country was the first. Let's see. Okay, I think I don't need the first country here, so let's remove this. And yeah, it's looking clean, and we can change this values and it gets stored in the state as well. You can see that. Now the next thing is going to be the floor plan. So the floor plan is something like what kind of bedrooms you have, what kind of rooms you have, the number of rooms, the number of bedrooms, the number of floors and everything. So let's do that. So now let's head over to page.jsx new listing, and now we'll have case 5, case not 5, case 6. This is going to return floor plan, and before going to floor plan, I want to head over to process slice and add the state. So the default values for the state is going to be added from here only. So place space, and we'll have specify bathrooms as 1, beds as 1, and guest as 4. So what this will do is, we have place space object, so it will store the number of bathrooms, the number of beds, and the number of guests the place supports, and we'll map over this to have the inputs for this. And what we'll do is, we'll have set place space value, set place space, and we'll get the place space here, place space, and set place space. That's it. And with this, our Zustand setup is complete. Now let's head over to floor plan, and what we will be doing here is, inside the floor plan, let's grab the place space and set place space from use app store. So const equal to use app store, this is place space, set place space, and let's do one thing. What I'm going to do is, let's head over to place details. I'm going to copy this things from right here, this, and replace this div with this, and change this to gap of 5, and we don't need width of full, and this is same. And instead of this, I will have share some basic about your place, and inside the P we'll have you'll add more details later such as bed types. And after this div, we'll have another div with flex call, and width of 40% with gap of 5. That's it. And now inside of this, what we'll do is, we'll have object dot keys, and have the place space, so we'll get all the keys like the room, bedroom, and the bathrooms, and the number of guests. Map, get the place, and we'll return a div from here, object dot keys, Okay, so this should be inside of this like this, and this div right here is going to have key as place, and class name is going to be flex, justify between, width of full, text of large, and items of center. And now inside of this we'll have span, which will just have the place, and I'm going to give it a class name of capitalize. Now after the span we'll have another div with flex, gap of 10, items center, justify between, and a width of 48, not 248, width of 48. And after this, inside of this div we'll have a button. Actually we need 3 buttons, so this button right here will have the content as minus, this will has plus, and this will have place space of place to get the actual number. And now let's head over here and check if the UI is there. Okay, this UI is there, but now we want something rounded here, and when we click over this we want to increase and decrease this. So what I'm going to do is I am going to have class name here, which is border gray 200, padding y of 10 pixels. After that we'll give rounded full, padding x of 5, flex, item center, justify center, and when we hover over this we will give border gray of 500, and let's copy, not this, I'm going to copy this class name and paste it over here, and let's see. Okay, these are like bills, we want it rounded. Okay, so this is py, not pu, py, save it, and these are rounded now. Now we want to increase and decrease these values. For that, what I am going to do is I'm going to have handle increment and handle decrement function. So const handle increment equals to, we'll get the type of what type we want to increment, and we'll set place space. We'll destructure the place space and have the dynamic key value, and the value would be place space of type +1 because we are incrementing. And let's copy this, paste it, and we are going to change handle increment to decrement, and this is going to be -1. That's it. Now we'll provide on click here. This is going to be handle decrement, and on click, and yeah, it's not just a simple reference, we need to pass the value as well. So handle increment, and this is going to be place, and handle decrement, this is also going to be place. Now let's test this out. Okay, these values are working. When we click on back, and if we come here again, these values are maintained. So yeah, this is also working. So we should proceed to the next plan. So after floor plan we'll have the step 2 starter. So let's do that. So now let's head over to page.jsx, and this time this is going to be case 7, return step 2 starter, and let's head over to step 1 starter. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over all of this content from right here and head over to step 2 starter, and I'm going to paste that content here, change this to step 2, change this to home2.mp4, and I'll change the description and the title as well. This is going to be make your place stand out. That's it. Now let's check it out. And we have that here, step 2. So the step 2 is also complete. Now we'll have the amenities section. So let's do that. So now I will head over to page.jsx again, and after this we'll have case 8, return, and this is going to be process amenities, and let's head over to process amenities, this one right here. And now we also have amenities data here. So there are 3 types of data: basic, advanced, and safety. So we'll map that accordingly. So let's do that. Process amenities. So this is going to be quite tough, not tough, but it's quite tricky because there are 3 levels. So item center, justify center, and another div with flex call, gap of 3, and inside of that we'll have an h2 with font, not serif, semi-bold, and we'll have text of 4xl, and inside of this we'll have tell guest what your place has to offer. Inside of this we'll have an p, which will have, you can add more amenities and publish after you publish your listing, but we'll have this. And after this we'll have a div with flex, and we'll also give it a flex call, gap of 5, max height of 65, viewport height, then overflow auto, scroll, and no scroll bar. Inside of this I'm going to use the amenities type from Airbnb data amenities. Make sure that is imported, and we are going to map over at map. We'll destructure the type and the data, and we'll have another div. In this div we'll provide key as type, and a class name of flex call, and gap of 5. Inside of this div we'll check if type triple equals to advanced, and then we'll have span, which will have do you have any standout amenities, and this span would have a class name of flex, not flex, but text large, font medium. That's it. Let's remove this, and after this we'll have same for the safety, copy, paste, and this is going to be safety, and this is going to have, do you have any safety items, and this is going to have question mark as well at the end. And now after this we'll have a grid calls of 3 and a gap of 5. Now inside of this we'll have data.map, and we'll have name and svg path destructured, and I'm going to return a button from here which will have key as name, and I'm going to give it a class name, but at the moment I don't want to give it. We'll do that afterwards. Now svg path is going to be rendered here, and after svg path we'll have span with a class name of text Airbnb black and a font medium. That's it. And inside of this goes the name. Don't want this. Let's save this and let's check it out if it is working. And yeah, we have the amenities here, but we have to style them, so let's style them. Now class name, and again the class name is going to be this flex call, justify start, font semi bold, I think. Yeah, font semi bold. Then we'll give border gray of 300, and we'll also provide rounded medium. With this we'll also give padding of 3 and hover border gray of, I think, 950. Yeah, 950. And also I'm going to give it a transition all and duration 300, so transition all and duration of 300. And apart from that, what I will do is, if this amenity is selected, then we'll have to give some custom class. I think we'll do this afterwards. So let's head over to our browser and let's check, refresh it, next, and yeah, this is looking great, but this do not have borders. So I think before this border gray I have to provide a border class, and yeah, we have the border, and when we hover over this we have this effect. Now you can see that we have the standout amenities and safety amenities and the standard amenities. Now when we click on this amenities, we want to store multiple amenities in our Zustand store, and they should be selected here. So let's do the functionality for that. Okay, so now first let's head over to the Zustand store, where it was this one, process slice.js, and we are going to have an place amenities here, place amenities, which is going to be an empty array as the default state, and I'm going to have set place amenities, and let's copy this place amenities, and that would be a parameter. And after that I'll set it with set method and pass in the place amenities. That's it. So the Zustand store setup is complete. Now let's use that here. So const equals to use app store, and since the name was tough, place amenities and set place amenities, I'm going to copy it because I don't want to make any spelling mistakes. set place amenities PS capital. That's it. So we have this, and now I'm going to create a method as add amenity, and we'll get the name of the amenity from there, and I'm going to use the set place amenities and destructure the place amenities here and pass in the another name here. So that's for add amenity, and now I'm going to have the logic for removing the amenity from the array. So remove amenity, I'll get the name here as well, and this time it would be curly brackets. Now first I want to find the index from the place amenities array. So we are having an array and pushing it to the array, then name of the amenity when we click from here. Now which amenity we want to remove, we'll find the index of it first. So place amenities dot, going to use the find index method from JavaScript, and I'll get the amenity here. And what I will do is I will check if amenity triple equals to name, so this current name which we want to remove and the amenity that currently we have in the loop, they both have the same name. Then we have found our index, and if we have index, then what we'll do is we'll first clone this amenities inside a variable cloned amenities and spread it with place amenities. And now what we'll do is cloned amenities dot splice with index and 1. We want to remove a single value, so we'll use JavaScript splice method, which is used for removing a single element from an array. We just have to pass the index and the number of elements that we want to remove. So index is this and the number 1, because we want to just remove 1. And then we have set place amenities. We'll set the new cloned amenities with the removed element, and that's it. Our this logic is complete. And now what I want to do is inside of here I'll have an on click, and when we click on this button, I want to check if place amenities includes the current name. If it includes, then we want to remove the amenity from the array, or else we'll add the amenity into the array. So we are just calling the function based on if it is included in the place amenities array. If it is, then we want to call the remove amenity function, or we want to, if it is not, we want to call the add amenity function. That's it. And now here we'll also use place amenities dot includes here as well, place amenities dot includes, and we'll pass in the name. And if it includes, then we want to pass in border gray of 950 class name, but we already have given this border gray. Let's do one thing. I'm going to have this as and let's see if this works. I'm going to click on this, click on this, click on this, and you can see that all of these are selected. Now let's try to remove this, and it's being removed. Okay, I think we have an issue in our logic. So in here we have written if index. So if you want to remove the first value, it will return 0, and by JavaScript logic it would be a falsy value. So what we'll do is we'll check if index is not -1. This find index method will return -1 if the element was not found, and since this is an array, it would also return an 0th value, because In array the indexes are starting with 0. So let's try to remove this now. That should be working. I'm not sure why. Let's try to console log the index. Console log index, inspect console, index 0, index 7, 6. We are finding the index. So, oh, I had to pass in not equal -1. Now it should work. Yeah, it is working now. Okay, let's go back and come here, and yeah, we have these selected, so it is working. So our amenities section is also working. Now next is, I think it would be the photos. So for photos we are gonna use the Next Cloudinary package to get get and store the images. So we'll do that. Let's set up that first. So now I want you to head over to console.cloudinary.com and log into a new account or log into your existing account. And when you head over to this, you will see that at the home page there is this setup your work environment, and from here I want you to copy this cloud names value. I'm going to copy this and we'll head over to our next config file and replace this next public cloudinary cloud name with this. I will save the file and make sure that you have a domains array with res.cloudinary.com and the images. So if you want to use images outside of your Next.js project, from the outside of your next project, so you would have to give the domain from which the image is coming to this. It could be multiple domains, so it is an array, and you also have to use this environment variable. So we have this library inside the package.json cloudinary, yeah, this one, next cloudinary. So it utilizes this inside of that. So make sure that you do this step. And now moving forward, let's head over to our page.jsx, and now I will have case 9 here and will return the photos. Let's head over to the photos, and inside the photos what we are going to do is, first we'll have the div styled up. So class name, flex, gap of 5, item center, justify center, flex of call, and height of full. After this, inside of this we are going to use an h2 with a class name of font semi bold, text 4XL, and inside of this I'm going to write add some photos of your house. Now after this h2 I'll have another p, and what I'm going to do is going to paste in this dummy text, and after this I'm going to have a cloudinary button to upload the photos. But for that I'm going to need an handle upload function, and for that I'm going to set up our store first. So let's head over to process slice, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a photos array, and a set photos here, which will set the photos just like the other functions. So set photos, that's it. Now inside the photos, what I'm going to do is first we'll get our state and set state like function from use app store. So that is the photos and the set photos. Now after this, I'm going to create a function handle upload and data, and what I'm going to do is we'll get the data.info.secure URL from Cloudinary, and we are going to store that URL inside our database. So photos and data.info.secure URL, and we'll set it. Now after this P, I'm going to have a cloud upload button, not widget. Yeah, this thing, and I don't want to auto close this. Inside of this, I'm going to pass in options as multiple true because we can upload multiple images. And let's close this first. And after this, I'm going to pass in on upload method here. After the upload is complete, we are going to call our handle upload, and we'll use upload preset as LXGZ9S60. You can use this, not this. I think we might need to change this, but for now let's have this only, and we'll check if this works. I'm not sure. Background Airbnb gradient, PI of 3, margin top of 5, px of 5, text of white, text of base, and font medium, rounded medium, cursor pointer, and inside of this span I'm going to have an upload, and that's it. Now after the upload is complete, I'm gonna also have a div to show us the images. So class name grid calls of 3, gap of 4, height of 55 viewport height. After that, I'm going to have overflow auto property and a padding bottom of 10, and the no scroll bar class because we don't want to show the scroll bar, but the component should be scrollable. Now we are going to map our photos. So photos dot map, and I'm going to get the photo, and I'm going to return a div This div has a class name of relative height of 36, width of 200 pixels, and a key of photo. Inside of this div, I'm going to use the Next.js image component, next image, and I'm going to pass in the source photo here and the fill attribute and the alternate text, which is going to be upload. Make sure that whenever you are using this fill attribute, you have to pass in the height and width and relative positioning, or you can use absolute, but you have to pass in the positioning and the height and width. If I remove this, then we'll have error. If I go to here next, this is not loading. I'll show you that afterwards. I need to refresh this first. This might give an error because we changed the environment variable and we need to restart our server. Yeah, we have to restart our server when we change the environment variables in the next .config.js, and we also have to save this page.jsx. Let's wait for this to load. Get started. Next. Okay, we have the upload button, and let's open up the Cloudinary. Yeah, it's opening up, and what I'm going to do is we can upload the images from web address or Shutterstock or anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste in a URL for image. So what I'm going to do is let's head over to Airbnb. I'm going to copy this image address and paste in this image address, and this image has been uploaded. Okay, so upload preset not found. We need to find the upload preset. I think we have to copy the upload preset, this only, the cloud name. Let's try this, and let's upload it again. Copy image address. Still image preset not found. Let's reload this. Okay, image preset. That's something we need to find. Give me a minute, I'll just find it and let you know. Okay, so I have found the solution. Let's see if that works. Head over to settings from here and head over to the upload from here, and from here we are going to add upload preset. Don't change this name and change this option to unsigned and save this, and we are going to copy this image preset. So click on this and you can copy this and change this preset here. Now let's try to do this. Next. Oh, upload, copy image address, and this was uploaded, I think. Let's head over to Cloudinary and check if this was uploaded. Inside the assets you can see that this was uploaded. Yeah, this is uploaded. So we'll click on done now, and you can see that it is uploaded here. You can add multiple images. Let's head back. Let's head next, and yeah, it is maintaining. So this is also done. Now let's do this for multiple images. In the desktop, I think I had the images. Yeah, let's have this multiple images, and I think the multiple images are also working. You can see that multiple images are here. Now let's click next and back. Yeah, it is also working. Now the next step will be the I think title description of the listing. So let's do that. So now let's head over to our page.jsx, which is here, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add case 10 here. This is going to be the title, yeah, this one right here. And while we are here, let's add some more cases also, because they are very small and won't take time. Description case 12 is going to be the step 3 starter, and case 13 would be return price. Make sure you import that, and case 14 is going to be return listing created component, and case default is will return React fragment. Okay, we don't have to add case here for default. That's it. I don't think we need to make any changes here. First, let's do the title description. So I'm going to head over to the title.jsx, and for this, what we'll do is first let's head over to process slice, and I'm going to create a title which is going to be a string, and description as well, description, and let's do the price as well here, and let's create set title as title and set title description, not description, set description this thing, and set description, and let's do the same for set price, set price. That's it. So Zustand store setup is complete now. Let's grab the values. So const equals to use app store, and this is going to be title and set title. And now let's give this the class names: flex call, gap of 5, item center, justify center, height of full, text Airbnb light black, and inside of this div we are going to have another div with flex call, gap of 2, and inside of this we'll have an h2 with class name font semi bold and a text of 4xl inside of this. Now let's give your house a title, and after this h2 we'll have p with a dummy text. So all of this dummy text is also picked up from Airbnb, so that makes an pixel perfect Airbnb clone, flex call, gap of 4, and inside of this I'm going to have a text area component. Now inside the text area I'll give it a class name of border gray 400, height of 40, width of 550 pixels, rounded large, active border gray of 950, padding of 6, no scroll bar, text 4xl, and let's provide this a value of title because this would be a control component, so value and on change would be provided from here, e, and we'll check if e dot target dot value dot length less than equal to 32, then only we will set title e dot target dot value, and after this we'll have a span which will show the number of characters, title length divided by 32, not divided by but just a slash. Now let's see if it is working. Get started, next, and we have this title. title is maintained. Now let's do the same for description. I think everything is going to be the same. We just have to make several changes. So I'm going to copy the entire component, head over to description, paste it here and change the component name. I'll click on F2 here. So description, and you can see that description here and here is changed. For changing that by directly, it is the F2 command, and this is going to be description and set description. Make sure that you change set description and set description here, and we pass description here, and in here I'm going to write create your description, and the P would be different here as well. Share the what makes your place special, and this is same, and the height would be increased to 56. This is going to be the same, and let's change this to 500 and this to 500 as well. Now let's check next. Okay, we had to change this to description. We have the description, back, next. Yeah, this is here. So now one thing that is left inside the description is I'm going to wrap here in div with a class name of flex call and a gap of 5, and I'm going to remove this gap of 5 from here and a flex call from here. And what we are going to do is I'm going to wrap this around this div right here, save it, and let's head over here, and yeah, this is looking perfect now. So this is complete, and now we would have the next step of step 3 starter. So let's head over to step 1 starter. I'm going to copy all of this, head over to step 3 starter, paste the step 1 starter component here, and we are going to change this name to step 3. This is going to be step 3, and the content would be also different. Just going to copy in the content, finish up and publish, and piece content would also be different, this thing, and this is going to be home3.mp4. you can write any dummy text you want to write here. Now click next, and we have this also, finish up and publish. Now when we click next, we want the price component first to have the prices. So for that, what I'm going to do is, let's head over to description. I'm going to copy the entire description, head over to the price again, price.jsx, paste in the component, F2 here to change the component to price again, get the price, set price, and this is going to be price, and this is going to be set price, and I won't need this. What we are going to do is, instead of this condition, I'm going to check e.target.value. If there is a value here, then we are going to set the price, and we are going to parse int and then set the value. or else we'll set the price to 0. Now this is price, and I want to change the h2 and the p. Going to copy paste it, h2 and p. Now set your price, and you can change it anytime, save it, and now let's see if the component works. We have this price, but we are having the error. Console, what error it is? Set immediate is not. I think there's error with this set price and set price. Okay, we don't have to use the set immediate. What this is, I don't know. I may have mistake. Set price, and now let's check. There's still some errors. Let me clear the console. Set price is not defined. Set price. Let's see what we have written in our process slice. Oh, that error is coming from here. Set price. We had to write price here. Now let's see. Yeah, this is working. Let's head back and next. And we have our value. Now it is working. So now all of the data that we need is created, and the last step in our new listing would be the listing created. So let's head over to listing created. Okay, this component, and what we will do here is we'll get all the data from use app store, and we are going to create the listing from here. So let's do that. First we'll have to create the listing API inside our library lib file and everything. So let's do that also. So inside the listing created, first I'm going to create the component first. So let's give this class name flex call, gap of 5, item center, justify center, and the height of full. Now inside of this I'm going to have another div with flex call, gap of 2, item center, justify center, and inside of this I'm going to have an h2 and p tag which will have congratulations. I'm going to paste it. Congratulations, and you have successfully created your listing. Now after this p right here, we'll have another flex div with a gap of 5, and inside of that we'll have button. We'll have 2 buttons. So one would be the black button and one would be the Airbnb gradient button. So I think let's head over to the page.jsx, and I can copy this button right here, this both buttons, and paste those here. We don't need this condition. And for the on click, not this one, we'll have text as visit home page, and this one would have the text of view your listings, and we'll get the router const router equals to use router. Use router is for navigation from next router. It's a package inside the Next.js. Now when we click over this, sorry for the disturbance, there's work going around in my area. Now we'll have router dot push here, So when we click on this, we want to head over to the slash route, so that is the home page. And when we click on this view your listings, then I want you to head over to the my listings page, my listings. This is my listings, my listings. Let's see if the component is there, and yeah, after that we'll also have this confetti component, confetti, which is already installed. Confetti width is going to be window dot inner width, and height is going to be not this, height is going to be window dot inner height. That's it. Now let's see what you will not found. Confetti, React confetti. Okay, this is just React confetti, nothing like this. Get started. Next. Next router was not mounted. Why is that? Let's see. Okay, so the package next router should be use router from next navigation, I think. Yeah, this one. Let's see if this works now. Let's refresh this. And yeah, the component is working. We also have this beautiful confettis. Now when we click on this visit home page, that's strange. This should work. Let's open up console, not inspect. Okay, it did navigate to there. Next. Okay, that's working. Get started. Next. View your listings. Okay, we are being navigated to all the pages, but we have to create the loader also. So let's do one thing. I'm going to create the spinner component now, and we'll copy that everywhere. So what I'm going to do is let's search for Tailwind CSS spinner. Let's do one thing. Yeah, we need something like this. So I'm going to copy this from flowbyte.com docs component spinner, and let's head over to spinner component, and I'm going to replace this div, and we have to wrap this around this, and we don't want to give this a role. Instead of that, we'll give it a class name of height of 100 viewport height, width of 100 viewport width, flex, justify center, item center, and this SVG should have a class name text create 200 animate spin, and we don't need the dark class name. And what we'll do is we'll write fill Airbnb theme color here so that it would be red, and that's it. Now what we'll do is we have this loading dot jsx components, and inside of that loading dot jsx, let's use the spinner here. And I'm going to copy this loading, and we'll have loading inside all of these pages and paste it here inside listing as well. My listings, paste, save, trips, save, wishlist, save. That's it. Now let's head over to our Airbnb clone. I'm going to refresh this page. You won't be able to see it, the spinner, because the component is already in the cache. Yeah, we have the spinner there. So we have fixed that error. Now what we are going to do is I'm going to close all of this, and I'll collapse this also, and inside the source we'll have a lib directory. Inside the lib we have this listing.js, and we are going to create an API here for the listing. So that API is export const create listing API is equals to async listing data. We'll get the listing data, and then const result equals to await post create URL that should be imported from HTTP, and the URL is /API/listings, and after this we'll pass the listing data by spreading it, and after this we'll catch the error. For now we'll write this as null, and we need the data from this, and if there was no result, then we'll return alert could not create listing. After that, if there was a result, then we'll return it. Now let's head over to listing created, and inside of here what I'm going to do is we'll get the data from use app store, but before that, no, let's grab the data first. So listing, not listing, process slice.js. I'm going to copy all of this data from here. Head over to listing created and write const is equals to use app store, paste in everything right here, and I'm going to select this column and Control D to select all of this columns, and I'm going to remove all of this and write comma here, and at the top I'm also going to get the user info from store, user info, and everything is here. Now after this I'm going to have a use effect hook, and this use effect hook would run as soon as we have all of this data, and inside of this effect we'll just have create listing API, and pass in all the data, but instead of this user info, I'm going to pass listing created by with ID as user info dot ID, and I'm going to remove this. Not sure why there's an error. Let's do one thing. Let's remove this and have this as end. What's the error? This is a custom object. Why it is calling it? Oh, I had to pass an object here. Yeah, now it would work. That's it. Now it would create the listing, and what I'm going to do is going to open up a new terminal, head over to server and write npx Prisma Studio to open up the Prisma Studio, and we'll see if our data is being saved in our Prisma Studio. But our database. Just going to enable the dark theme here. Head over to listing. I think there's an error here. Okay, listings are here, but the user is not. Let's see what this error is about. Let's see if we can fix this error by first creating a user and everything. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to write npx prisma generate npx prisma db push. Yes, npx prisma studio, and currently I don't have the error, so I need to log in again now. Login, and the username was deleted, so we need to have it again. New listing, and this time I'm going to have the correct data. This is going to be a house, entire place. Let's write Atmia. The maps animation are also working correctly. Next, we have all this address. Next. To upload the images from my computer. Done. Hit next. Let's have this and get the title. Next, we'll get the description from here. We'll set the price to 250. Next, and we have the error again. Console. Okay, in the listing.js, post is not defined. So post needs to import from HTTP and could not create listing. Why? That's a bad request. Location type must be a string, place type must be a string. So what did we send? Location type. Okay, and place type. What we'll do is we'll get, when we send the data, what we'll do is location type is going to be location type dot, it was name, right? Location type dot name, and place type dot title. Place type is going to be place type dot title. Save it, and still could not create listing. What error is internal server error? Now there's a problem in the backend. What it is? Okay, I think there's a spelling mistake. Let's copy this. Listing created by, listing created by, isn't it the same? Created by. Okay, this is listing created by. There's a spelling mistake. Still an error. This is bad request, and message listing created by dot id must be a string. So what it is? Payload listing created by is an object. Why is that? User info.id should be there. I'm going to alert it. User info.id cannot read properties of null. Why don't we have the user info? Let's head over to our auth slice and let's see what name did we have the user info. Let's head over to listing created and paste in that user info here. Yeah, it's correct. And let's reload this, and I think we need to use the me API to get the data whenever the page is reloaded. So we need to fix that also first. So let's do. So we have this navigation events component inside public source components common, and in here I'm going to return null, and I'm going to have a use effect here, use effect. And now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a function const get data which is going to be a sync function, and as soon as this runs we need to run this get data, and I'm going to get the user info from use app store. So user info, and we'll also get set user info. So what I'm going to do here is first we'll check if there is no user info. There should be wrap around this. If there is no user info, then call this function no user info get data const data equals to await me. We have already created this me API in Airbnb lib auth to get the users info, and now we'll set user info by data. So now we'll have the user info, and we want to run this as soon as we have the user info. And now we'll head over to layout.jsx, and inside of here I have to use this navigation event component inside the body, and after the children we'll have suspense component from React suspense, and then we'll have navigation events, and the fallback for this would be null because that should work in background. Use effect from React, you're importing component that needs use effect. I think let's head over to navigation effect and mark this as use client. Now let's test this out. This should work now. Still we have this error, could not create listing. Don't know why. Let's go back. Next, let's head over to network. I think the listing was created. Let's reload this. Yeah, the listing was created. Oh, this is a user, sorry. Listing. Yeah, we have this listing created, but I'm not sure why this is telling us that. Let's head back. Let's change the price to 500. Click next. Could not create listing. Oh, we have this created, but I'm not sure why it is telling us that it's not. Let's reload the Prisma, and we have this third thing. Let's see the price. Yeah, the price is also updated, so it is being created. Now let's head over to our listing.js. What wrong did we did here? Null if not result, return alert could not create listing. I think I need to console the result here, and let's see what's the response console. Okay, result is undefined. I'm going to remove this data from here, and now we have the result and we have the data as well, result.data. What we'll do is, if not result.data, then yeah, we don't have that alert now, so it is working, and our listing should be created. There should be 5 or 6 listings. Yeah, all the listings are here, and we have successfully created the listing. Now when we visit home page, we want our listing to be here, all the listings. So let's do that now. So now I'm inside the page.jsx inside the app, and I will navigate to listing.js, and we will create an API for getting our data of all the listings. So I want to get all the listings, so I will create get all listings API. This is going to be an async function. We don't need to provide any parameters here because we are going to get all the listings created by all the users, because if they it can be from any user. So we'll write a query by qs.stringify. Make sure that you import the qs from query string. So import qs from query string. So qs dot stringify, stringify method, qs.stringify, and we'll pass in order by. So we want all the listing in ascending order, so I'll just show you. So we are going to sort it. We will get all the listing, but we are going to sort it by ascending order of created at. So we want the listings from the down. So we want the listing that was created at last first. So created at ascending, and I think that's it. And this is order by. Make sure that you spell the spellings correctly. If there are any mistake in spellings, that it might fail. Now this query is ready, and now I'm going to have const result equals to await axios dot get, passing the create URL, and this is going to be API /API and /listings, and this time you will notice that I've used backticks because I'm going to pass in our query as query parent. So I want to pass the query. So we are going to pass the query in a stringified format in the URL itself. So we have used qs.stringify. QS is a package, it's already installed, and now if there are no result, then I want to alert that could not get all listings, and I'm going to return an empty array so there is not any error, or else I'm going to return result.data. That's it. Now let's head over to our page.jsx, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a use effect here, use the use effect hook, and as soon as we load, we want to get the data. So const get data is equals to async get data, and const data is equals to await get all listings API, and I'm going to console out the data and see what is the result of this. Inspect, console, and we have error. Text content did not match client K. This is inside the Navbar. Let's head over to Navbar, and this might be because of this. First name split. I think let's log out, reload, and we still have the error. This time it's an Axios error, that's it's unauthorized, but still console. Order by is empty. Why is that? Order by created at ascending. Let's console out the query as well. Console. This is strange. qs.stringify. Not sure why this is happening. Let me check my code. This is perfect. I'll think I will get around it afterwards, but first we have to fix this thing. So for that we have to do changes in the backend, because this thing should work without the authorization also. So let's do that. Okay, so I want you to head over to listing.base, not base, controller.base.ts file, and in here I want you to cut this Swagger API bearer auth and use guards. This thing, yeah, I want you to cut it from here, and what I'm going to do is before create we are going to paste it right here. After this we are going to paste it. So what this is, we are protecting this create route. We remove this from here. This will denote the APIs that we have to protect this API, so only the logged in user should use this. But when we get the listings, so we don't want the user to be logged in, so we remove that, and we want to protect the create with this, so we are doing that. Now find many, so we don't want the find many to have this, and this is find one also. We don't want this for find one. This is for update. Yeah, whenever there's an update the user should be logged in. Delete, for delete also the user should be logged in. And this one is for find many trips. Okay, so finding trips the user should be logged in as well. And this is for connect trips. I don't think this is necessary. Yeah, for update trips user should be logged in. For disconnect trips it's not necessary. Yeah, that's it. We don't want to change it more. I think we need to start our server again. On start. Okay, it has compiled. Now I'm going to refresh the page and let's see if we still have the unauthorized error. Now we have an internal server error. Invalid role. Okay, invalid role. So from where this error is coming, I need to figure it out and I'll let you know. Give me a minute. Okay, so I have fixed the issue. You have to comment this line before the find many method. This one, find many. So you have to comment this line, use interceptors, and this line, nest access control, and we will do the same for find one. I'm going to comment out this and going to comment out this, and for others I don't think we should comment out anything. If we find any error, then we will do this. I think find many trips should also do that. Comment out this, and I don't think anything is necessary. We'll fix this if any errors pops up. So yarn start, and while this is starting up, I want you to head over to listing.js, and I'm going to remove this query functionality for now. I'm not interested in that because I think this might be causing some issues. We'll fix that afterwards. And let's reload this page and let's open up inspect to see are there any errors. Wait for this to load. And yeah, we are getting our data, so we don't have any errors. So we have fixed that. Now let's proceed further and do other things. So I'm going to close this as well, and now inside our page.jsx we have our data. So what should we do that next is we'll do one thing. We'll store this data listings inside our Zustand store. So let's head over to slices and listing slice. So we are going to create this listing slice, and we are going to store all the data associated with listings here. So export const create listing slice equal to set get, and we are going to have listings here, listings, which is going to an empty array first, and we'll write set listings as a function. We'll have the listings here and set the listings here. That's it. Now we have to import that inside our store. So import from dot slash slices and listing slice, and we are going to import up this method, spread it 3 dots and spread the parents. That's it, it's complete. And now inside page.jsx I'm going to get the set listings and set listings as data. Is there any other thing to do? I don't think. Yeah, set listings, we have set the listings Now what I want you to do is I want to have a list view component here, which is already created, list view. And now inside the list view, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get our listings from use app store, and instead of this I'm going to have a class name which is grid calls of 5 and px of 20. Here we'll have all the listings as a card, so we'll have 5 cards. So for that we have grid calls of 5, then we'll have gap of 10 and padding y of 10, justify start, items of start, and inside of this I'm going to map our listings by listings dot map, get the listing, and I will get the index, and now I will return the listing card component, listing card. It's not able to find it. Let's head over to listing card. Okay, there's a spelling mistake here. The L should be capital. And now inside list view, let's use that listing card component. Will provide this a key of listing dot id. Let's hope that is there, and we'll pass in the data as listing. Let's head over to listing card, destructure the data here, and the loader is here. That's great. And this is because inside list view I have this error, use app store. This should work now. Okay, we have the listing card. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the listing card design, so that is not going to take time. Listing card, let's head over to listing card, and let's have class names here, flex, item center, justify center, flex call, gap of 1. And now inside of this we'll have another div with flex, item center, justify center, cursor of pointer, width of full. That's it. And now inside of this we'll have another flex call, gap of 2, and inside of this I'm going to have relative and the width of 64 and the height of 56. And now I'm going to have image component from next image and pass in the source attribute as data dot photos of 0, and we'll give the fill attribute. This is a listing, so alternate text would be listing, and class name would be rounded medium, not medium. I'm going to give it a large, and the object cover property. That's it. Now let's see if the images are here. Yeah, the images are here, but we still need to style this. Let's do one thing. Yeah, this is looking somewhat of perfect. Now after this image, what I'm going to do is after this div I'm going to have, not after that div, I'm not sure. Yeah, after that div only. After that div going to have another div which will have h3, and that is going to have data.title, and span which is going to have data dot price. Let's see, yeah, both are here. And after this, I don't think any more details is necessary. When we click over this, we just want to head over to that data. For now, this is enough, and we'll fix this layout also. So I think let's head over to page.jsx, and inside the list view here, I think height of 80 viewport height, I think 85. Yeah, this is looking perfect now, and I think I should reduce the gap. No, it's not needed. And I think I will map some more components here to see if this is scrollable. Yeah, this is scrollable, but footer seems to be missing. Is that body div? This is header, these are columns, and where is the footer? Let's remove this height. And yeah, now the footer is here. Let's have the height again, and that's causing the issue. So let's remove this height. And yeah, this seems to be working, and this is looking nice. Now let's remove this listings, extra listings. But the footer is coming up. Now I have to fix this also. Let's do one thing. Let's keep this for now as it is, and now I want to have a pill here which switches to list view and map view. So let's do the pill first. Okay, so before proceeding further, I would like to add a class name here, which is max height of 100 viewport height, and height of 100 viewport height. Let's save this and to reload the page. Okay, that's it. Now okay, so this is fixed now. You can see that it was just an issue with my screen, so it is fixed now. Let's have the pill for the view switching. So for that, I'm going to have the view switch badge component that is already created inside the components views and view switch badge. Now let's have the badge here. So I'm going to give this a class name of fixed flex justify center item center. Bottom is going to be 16 and the left of 0, left 0, right of 0, and the cursor pointer. And now inside of this, I'm going to have another class of bg black. With bg black, I'm going to have px of 4, py of 5, not 5, let's 4. So I'll give this a py of 4, text white, rounded full, and inside of this I'm going to have a span with a class name of flex, item center, gap of 2, and a text of sm. And now I'm going to have fragment here which will show map and bs fill map fill. This icon should be imported from bs, so import from react icons bs. We need to copy this, and this is bs fill map fill, and another not markdown bs fill map fill, and another we need is the a outlined, so that is from ai, and ai outlined on ai out not outlined, it's outline unordered list. Yeah, ai outline unordered list. So for now let's save this and let's see if the badge is here. Yeah, badge is here. Now what we want to do is when we click here we want to show the map component, and if there is map component we want to show the list component, which is this, the listing view. So for that we are going to use Zustand. Now Zustand, inside the Zustand, just give me a minute, I'll check it. Okay, so inside the listing slice I'm going to add a new state here, is map view, and this is going to be false initially, and we'll have set is map view, which will get no, we don't want to get anything, we'll just toggle it. So set is map view as not get get dot is map view. That's it. We'll just revert the current value of map view, and we're going to use it here. So going to use this use app store is map view set map view, and inside our listing slice we have set is map view, right? So we are going to use that in the view switch badge. And what I'm going to do here is I will check if map view is true, sorry, it's false, then we want to show this component right here, or we'll show list, and we'll have ai outline unordered list, and when we click on this we want to revert the current view. So on click we'll have, okay, so on click of this we are going to have set is map view, so it will just toggle that. We have an error here. Yeah, that's it. Now let's see if this is working. Yeah, it is switching the component. Now what I want to do is when we click on this we also want to switch this component. So this logic is being done from the page, so this page.jsx, so this logic is done there. So what I'm going to do is let's get the is map view from here, not this, just the is map view, and get it from store, and we'll check is map view. Then we want to show the map view component, or we'll show the list view component. That's it. Now let's wait for this to load. Okay, now show map, this is the map view, show list, this is the list view, and yeah, it's working. So now let's do the map view component. So inside the map view we have to do many things. It's a bit complex, but we'll do that. Now first what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the listing. So const listings equals to use app store, get the listings from the Zustand store, and after that what I will do is I'm also going to use a state for maintaining the map view pop-ups. So use state snippet, and this is going to be pop-up info and set pop-up info. What am I doing wrong today? Pop-up info, set pop-up info, and initially this is going to be null. That's it. Now after this I want to render our map here, so remove this, give this a class name of height 72.5 viewport height, and a max width of 100 viewport height, not height, viewport width, and we need padding top of 2. That's it. Now inside of this I'm going to use our map component. So what I'm going to do is we use the place location component, right? So in this we've used our map, so I'm going to copy this from here and going to paste it here. We don't need the geocoder control because we are not going to search on map. So this is it, and then we need the pins, so we'll do that afterwards. Let's see if the map is loading up. Map requires new, we need to import the map, React Map GL. It is inside React Map GL. Let's reload this, and the map is here. We can drag it, show list, show map, footer is still not fixed. I'm not sure why. We'll fix it eventually. I think it's because the bar for the amenities here, not the amenities but the place types. So this is done. Now what I want to do is I am going to have a pin here. So let's have the pins for the the places. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a function const pins equals to use memo, and inside the use memo I'm going to map the listings. So listings dot map, and we will get the data and the index from this, and we'll have a marker component from React Map GL, and this is not self-closing. Inside the marker we'll provide the key as listing.id, and other thing would be, okay, we need to do one thing. Instead of this listing.id, we are going to pass a string here. This is going to have marker and our listing.id. Make sure that you append this marker dash before any of the ID you provide, because it's the way React Map GL will know that it's a marker. Then we'll provide the longitude, which is inside listing dot map data. It's not listing, it's data, by the way. Data dot map data dot longitude, and for latitude it's going to be data dot map data dot latitude. Okay, so after this I'm going to have an anchor prop. So anchor would be at top. After that I'm going to have an on click and get the event, and we'll have e.original event dot stop propagation, and then we'll have set pop-up info as data. So we'll get the marker data and set it to our pop-up info and show the pop-up. Now inside of this we are going to have a pin component. Pin is nothing but just a marker. So okay, there's no pin inside of this. So what I'm going to do is, let's go to React icons, and we can do one thing better. Let's head over to React Map GL, React Map GL examples, and we need to go to marker controls, this example. So we need this marker from here. So let's head over to GitHub and examples. Which example was this? Controls, this one right here. And from source we'll get the pin.tsx. I'm going to copy this, replace all of this as pin, and we got the pin, right? Let's save this, and now inside the map here, first we'll have the pins here. After the pins, if we have a pop-up info, then we want the pop-up. Pop-up from React Map GL, and we are going to pass the anchor as top. Longitude is pop-up info dot map data dot longitude. Let's close this component so we can style it, not style but give the props. Latitude is going to be pop-up info dot map data dot latitude. After this we'll also provide on close. We want to set pop-up info as null again, and inside the pop-up info we'll have a div, and inside the div we'll have listing card, and listing card would have data prop as the pop-up info. Let's save this and let's see if this works. We're at the Toronto, but our map would be around India. Yeah, we have this pin over right here, but it's not loading up properly. Let's click on this. This is not working perfectly. I need to refresh the page to see if it is working or not. Show map. Okay, so the pop-up is here. It's working for the first time, but when we click on it second time, it's not working. I'm not sure why. Okay, for now it's working. Close. We'll fix that eventually. Let's keep it that way for now. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change the longitude and latitude to my current place so that the location shows by default. You can change it to your place if you want to. And let me reload this again. Show map. And I'm at the Ahmedabad. And yeah, it's nearer to my place. So that's working. Okay, so for now our map view is also done. Now we'll have this bar here which will show the types of places. So that is inside page.jsx, and it's very simple to map there. So let's head over to page.jsx, and in here after the navbar I'm going to have another class with not class but a div with a class name of flex, and then another class name with item center. With it we'll also provide justify center. Okay, so inside of this, after justify center, we'll have another div. I'm still missing it up. Dot w and width of 90 viewport width. Overflow auto. No scroll bar. No scroll bar. Margin top of 3, padding x of 5, and inside of this I'm going to have ul with the class name of flex, gap 5, height of full, and inside the ul I'm going to map the listing types. So listing types should be imported from Airbnb data listing types. We have also already done that in the creation of listing. So data li, and key is going to be data dot name. Now inside of this I'm going to have class name of width of max, flex call, item center, justify between, height of 16, and a cursor of pointer. And inside of this li I'm going to have a span which will have data dot svg path, and this span also needs to have a class name of height of 10, width of 20, flex, item center, and justify center as well. And after the span we'll have a div with data dot name inside of it. And now let's give it a class name. This is going to be text extra small, font semi bold, and we are going to break keep the word. Now also give it a I'm also going to give it a style of width, and this is inherit. I didn't find this property in Tailwind CSS, so I use the styles. Now let's see if the place types are here. Listing types, unexpected end of JSON. Let's refresh this. Okay, we have it here. Okay, I'm able to scroll it. Yeah, it's working. Show map, and it is also working, and the UI is also fixed now. You can see that. Now what I'm going to do is next going to log in first. Now what we'll do is I'm going to head over to manage listings. That will show the listings that I have created, and then we will delete that listing. So we'll have the delete functionality also, and before that we also want to fix this. When we click over this, we want to navigate to the new listings, so let's do that also. So now let's head over to Navbar, and inside the navbar.jsx, what I'm going to do is we'll get the router. So const router is equals to use router, and make sure that you import that from next navigation, not next router. So router, and yeah, here router dot push, and this is going to be my listings. Yeah, it's my listings, and this is after this. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to have wish lists here, wish list, and for the trips I'm going to have trips here. That's it. And what I'm going to do here is this li is only visible when we have user info, and on click of this I want to push the router to new listing page, new listing. So let's see if it's working. Airbnb your home. I think it needs to be refreshed. Sorry for the disturbance. Airbnb your home. Let's go back. What are the errors we have? Class to client rendering. Let's refresh this and see. There's still error, and it is in navbar. Navbar 116. It's here. Let's see if user info dot id and there's still this error. Dev li and span. Is this from here? Let's comment this out and check it out. Refresh. Yeah, it was from here. I'm not sure why this error is popping up. We have used the use client, and user info first name dot split. Now what is the error actually? Expected server HTML to contain a matching span in li. Matching span in li. Not sure why there's this error. Let me figure this out. Okay, so the simple fix for that is this thing. I'm not sure if this will work, but let's have dynamic. So const navbar equals to dynamic from next dynamic and import. What is the syntax? I need to check it. Okay, it's not like this. It's an arrow function and like this, and inside the import will pass in the navbar this, and we'll remove this. This should be a string, and now I think the error should not be there. Yeah, it is fixed now. So whenever this kind of error comes up, we'll use the dynamic from Next.js, and we also need to disable SSR, server-side rendering, for this component with SSR false, and the error would go. Okay, so the error is not there. It's fixed. Let's see map view, and we don't have the error. Let's head over to Airbnb or home. The links are working. Now we'll head over to manage listings, and we are at the manage listing page. And what should we do here is, let's head over to first my listings page.jsx, and inside of this we need to get the listings created by the current user first, and then we'll show that. So first what we will do here is, we also need the navbar here, and we are going to replicate the exact same thing that we did in that component. So first we'll grab the navbar like this, paste it here, and inside the div we'll have the navbar. After the navbar we can have the footer, and let's save this and see navbar and footer is here. Okay, we also need to import up the dynamic. Okay, navbar and footer is here. Now let's fetch the data. So for data, what I'm going to do is, first we'll have a use effect and an empty array. Also we need use app store. We need the user info, and as soon as we have the user info, we want to run this, and we'll have a const get data as a sync function, and we'll check if there is user info. Wait, there's an error. Okay, this is a sync if user info, then get data, and inside the get data we'll actually get the data. So for that we'll have to create a get user listings inside the auth lib, not auth lib, but this listing.js. So here what we will do is we need the user listing, right? So export const get user listings equals to asynchronous function. Also we need the user ID for this. User ID will pass it from the use effect. So query is equals to qs.stringify. We'll have the where condition. We'll have listing created by, and we'll have user ID here. So our query is done. Now let's get the result. Const result equal to, we can get by this axios.get, and we'll use the query here. Make sure that you have question mark here. Yeah, a question mark, and let's do the same here. And console the results here. So const data is equals to await get user listings, and we'll pass in user info.id. Also we'll console out the data, and let's reload. Okay, we also need to mark this component as use client because this is not a server-side component. There's an error. Console Axios error. Okay, there's an internal server error. What is that? I think our query string is not working properly. It was not working before also. Yeah, query string is not working properly. I'm not sure why. Let's see it. I'll figure it out and let you know. Okay, so I've found the issues. There were several issues. So first we have to have the y small, and the QS package was imported from wrong library. We need the QS from QS, so that was because of that. And now apart from this we'll have ID as user ID, and now I'm going to refresh it, and now let's see if we have the responses in the network listings, and now we have the listings. It is here. Let's see what the header was created by. Okay, so this is working. Now let's have the listings mapped here. So let's head over to page.jsx, and after the navbar we'll have a div with flex, justify start, item start, and inside of this we will check. Oh, we also had to store the listings, user listings. Yeah, let's do one thing. What I'm going to do is we'll store this listings to Zustand. So let's head over to listing.js, not listing.js, listing slice.js, and I'm going to write user listings, and this is going to be an empty array first, and set user listing what should be here is set user listings, and we'll get the user listings and we'll just set it user listings. That's it, just a simple thing. Now let's head over to page.jsx, and after we get the data, I'm going to store it as set user listing. Okay, we also need to import the set user listings and user listings. So user listings and set user listings, set user listings as data, and we'll map it here, user listings dot map, and inside of this we will need the listing and the index, and we'll return the listing card. Also we'll have data as listing, and we'll have is my listing prop, is my listing. This needs to be implemented, and we'll also have key as listing.id, and after this I think that's it, but we need to wrap this around a grid. So grid calls of 4, px of 10, gap of 3, py of 10, width of full, items of start, and we'll wrap this div around this like this. And okay, so now it is looking perfect. Now I also want a delete button after this, so I'm going to do that. Delete button. For delete button, let's head over to listing card, and inside the listing card, first we'll have the is my listing prop. So in here, is my listing, initially this is going to be false, and we'll check it here. If it is my listing, then we'll give it a button. So after this and this div right here, I'm going to have this. If is my listing is true, then we need this button, just a simple button which will handle the delete listing. So const delete listing equals to this, and we'll also have to mark this as a synchronous function, async, and in here we'll have the delete listing API and remove it from the Zustand store also. But for now we'll just have this button, and yeah, it's looking great. So this UI is complete. Now when we click over this, we want to delete it from the Zustand store as well as from the PostgreSQL. So the delete API is already created by application, so we will just utilize it. So let's do that. Okay, I had an error while recording. There was some blank screen issue and the content was not recorded properly. So I'll just show you the functionalities that we have completed and show you the code so you can do it by your own. It's not some complex stuff, it's just the basic JavaScript and React. I'll just show you that. So first we have completed this delete functionality. So the listing is being deleted. If we head over to there, we only have 3 listings, And we have also added this wishlist functionality, and if I head over to wishlist, it has been added. If I delete this and head over to Airbnb, it has been deleted. I'm going to add this single thing into the wish list. Head over to manage wish list and it's there. Let's delete it, and it's just that. So I'm going to show you the things. So we have the change in the listing card component. You can see that we have added is wishlist and wishlist ID. Then we have got this from use app store. Then we have this path name and router. We have this delete listing function and call the delete listing API and remove user listing, that is from Zustand store. Then we have this add wishlist, add wishlist API, add to wishlist to Zustand, then delete wishlist, remove wishlist API and remove it from Zustand. And for the component, we have added this thing right here. So if path name is slash and we have user info, then we need to show the IOMD heart on the component, and it has dynamic class name. If the wishlist include this, then we are going to add text Airbnb theme color, or else text the simple color. If I head over to here, and you can see that if I click on this, it is added to wishlist and it has this red color and this has black color. So this was that. And on click of this, I want to add this to wishlist if it is not in the wishlist. And after that, I've also added this is wishlist is my listing and is wishlist, and we want to show the delete button dynamically, which has the on click events. That's it. And this was for the listing card, and I'm going to close this, and now I'll show you the page, not this one. I'll show you the listing slice. So we have added this user listings, wish list and wish list page, set listings, set not this one, set user listings, basic stuff, remove user listings. This is just for getting the index and removing it from the user listings. That's all, basic JavaScript. And then we have set wish list basic and add to wish list. This is again pushing it to the array. That's it. And set wish list page. So you need to do this. After that, I'm going to close this, and yeah, in the wishlist.controller.base.ts file, which is inside server source wishlist base and wishlist controller.base.ts, I want you to add price, title and photos, these three things inside of this. It is inside the async find many. It should be on line 95, and I want you to add this. So we have the price, title and photos of the listing. Now this page is the wishlist page. So this is just the simple wishlist page. You can see that we have created the page, get the functions from use app store, use effect to get the data, and just the basic grid calls and everything that we have done in the other page, and map the wish list. And we are providing the wish list equal to true and wish list ID as ID. That's all. Now I'm going to close this, and I'll head over to which page is this. Yeah, this is page.jsx, and this is the main page slash route. So inside of this, we have also added this after this data, const wishlist, wishlist ID and set wishlist, basic stuff. And that's all for this page. Now let me show you the API. So this is inside listing.js. So we have added this delete listing API. So just deleting the stuff, then we'll get the user wish list by this query, where user as user ID and select listing as true. Then we are adding a listing to wish list. So we need the listing ID and the user ID, which is passed from the component, and we'll pass it inside the query. And at the end, we have this remove from wishlist API, which is just removing the wish list listing from the wish lists. So that's pretty much it. And now what I'm going to do is we are going to have the actual page. When we click on this, we want to get the details of the listing, so let's do that. So now inside the listing.js, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the listing. So for that, I just have a simple API of 4 to 5 lines, and this is get listing. So this has already been created by application, so we are just going to get it. So const result is equals to await axios.get url of API listings and listing ID, and if there is no result, then I want you to alert that no listing with given ID, and then we need the result.data and we'll return it. So now I want you to head over to the source app, not this one. I'll just navigate through here inside the app directory, inside the listing and this thing right here. Yeah, this page.jsx. So in here, what I'm going to do is we will have, okay, so here first I'm going to get some get some state from a Zustand store. So that is going to be, I don't need this auth model open, and for now I also don't need the search location, and I think I just open up the different page. We don't need this page. I'm going to get this from use app store. Yeah, we need the is auth model open current listing and set current listing, and this is use app store, so make sure that you import it. And now before proceeding further, I'm going to use the use effect hook and get the data from our API. So we are going to call the API and get the data for our listing. So I'm going to pass in the listing here, listing, and I will also pass set current listing as soon as we have the listing and the current listing. Also make sure that you destructure the params from here. So as we have used the square brackets around this page, so it would be marked as param because Next.js using file-based routing, and it would automatically fetch us that. So that would be inside the params. So we are going to use this params and destructure the listing from here. So we'll get the current listing ID from the URL. So that's it. And now inside the use effect, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function named const get data and make sure that this is an asynchronous function by denoting async. And what I'm going to do is if I have listing ID, then I'm going to call the get data. And now inside the get data, I'm going to have const data equals to await get listing and pass in the listing here. That's it. And what I will do is I'll set the current listing as the data, and let's console out the listing data here while we are here. Now I'm going to refresh the page. I'm going to click on this and this should work. That's strange. Okay, I need to check if I have actually added the routing for that. So let's head over to not navbar but listing card.jsx, and we have the router. Okay, I haven't used the router here, so I am going to wrap it around here. So when we click on this, on click, I want to change the page to router.push and listing, and I'm going to have the listing param, which is going to be the data.id. I think let's try this if this works. Let's click on this, inspect. Okay, we do have an error of use effect. That use effect only works on the client component. So I'm going to denote that page.jsx with use client, save it, and the error should not be here anymore. Okay, so the spelling is wrong. Use app store. And let's reload the page. Now we have a different error. So set current listing is not a function. I need to create this current listing and set current listing function while we are here. There was this data. Okay, we also need to remove that from here. Data, and we have the data for the listing. So it's working. Now what I'm going to do is, let's head over to our listing slice, and we are going to have here the listing, not listing but current listing. So current listing, and initially this is going to be undefined, and we'll also have a method to set current listing. So set current listing, and we'll pass the current listing here, and we are going to set it by current listing. That's it. Now inside page.js, I'm just going to have Ctrl Z and undo this all. Now let's see if I do have any errors. No, I don't have any errors. I have the data, and now let's proceed to have the component itself here, the component but the data. So now inside this div, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to check if there is a current listing, then only I want to have the component for the /div. Inside this div, I'm going to give it a class name, and I don't think class name is necessary, but this would have the navbar first, and let's import the navbar from this page because we need it dynamically. So let's copy all of this inside page.jsx. I'm going to paste it. Let's use the navbar here, and after this navbar, I'm going to have another div with a class of px20 and a padding top of 10. We'll also give it a text Airbnb light black, and we'll have a grid with a gap of 10. While here I'm also going to give this a style of grid template columns, and that is going to be 70 fr and 30 fr. So I'm going to need this 70% portion. So this 70% portion from here to here is going to be for the listing data, and here we'll have the price section and booking section and everything. So let's do that. And after this, right here inside this div, I'm going to have another div with the class name of flex call gap of 5, not 4, 5. And inside of this, I'm going to have another div with flex call gap of 1, and inside of this div, I'm going to have an h2 with text of h2 dot text of 5xl, and inside of this goes our current listing dot title, and let's see if we have the title here. Yeah, we have the title here, so that's done. Now after this h2, I'm going to have a span which will have class name of text large cursor pointer and an underline class, and inside of this I'm going to have the current listing dot location data dot landmark. That's it. And do we have the landmark? Yeah, that's here. Now after this span right here, and after this div I'm going to have a component named as listing photos. So listing photos would have the photos of the listing. So let's go to the listing photos, and we are going to have the photos logic here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to grab the current listing here from Zustand store. I'm going to have a use app store first. This, make sure that you import it and get the current listing, and we are going to have a useStat function here which will have current photo and set current photo. That's a state for this component. So it will set the current photo, the selected photo from the many photos, and inside of this I'm going to map the photos, and on click of the mapped photos I'm going to set it to the main photo. So flex gap y flex call, and inside of flex call I'm going to have a relative class name. Inside relative I'm going to have width of full, and will also give a height of 60 viewport height. Apart from that, inside of this I'm going to have image. So this image would be next image, and I'm going to pass alternate text as listing. Also I'm going to pass the fill attribute, and the source of this would be current listing dot photos of current photo. So initially we are going to set the 0th photo of the photos array. So if I go here and if I show you the object here, so you can see inside the photos we have this 8 photos. So this is an array, and initially we are going to set the 0th photo from here. So it's in the use state 0 photo, and when we click on any of the photos we are just going to change the index of this current photo, and it will automatically load from that. Now after this div I'm going to have current listing dot photos dot length, and if the length is greater than 1 then only I want to proceed further, and I'm going to have an UL. Inside the UL I'm going to have a class name which is going to be flex gap of 5 and a flex wrap. Now inside of this UL I'm going to have the current listing dot photos dot map, and we'll get the photo, and I'm going to have an li here. First we'll pass the key as the photo, and whenever you are using the map in React, make sure that you don't forget to give a unique key. It can have an error if it is not handled. So width of 48 and height of 32 and a cursor of pointer. With this I'm also going to give this an on click event. So on click of this I want to set the current photo as the index. So we will also need the index from here. So after photo I'm also going to get the index. Save this, and inside this li we are going to use the image from next image, and I'm going to pass in a source. So the source would be the photo itself, and alternate text would be listing, and after alternate text I'm going to give it a fill attribute. Let's save this and see if it is working. Yeah, we have the photos here, and when we click on any of the photos are changing, so our photo gallery is complete. Now let's proceed further. I'm going to close this component because there is nothing to change here. So after the listing photos we are going to have the listing hosted by text. So after this div, not this div, but the component will have a flex, and after flex we are going to have flex call gap of 5, and after this I'm going to have another flex with a flex of call and a gap of 3. Now inside of this I'm going to have an h3 with a class name of text 2xl and a font semi-bold. Inside of this goes our current listing dot location type and hosted by and every detail. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just paste it. So current listing dot location type hosted by, then we will have a space, then current listing dot listing created by first name, then again the space, and current listing dot listing created by dot last name. So we are just having the name here. That's strange, we don't have the name here. I'm just going to open up the console object current listing dot listing created by. Okay, so we need the username and first name and last name here, so we'll get it. Let's leave this for now. Okay, so now I want you to head over to the listing.controller.base.ts file inside the server, this thing right here, and inside of here I want you to find the find one method, that is find one, yeah, this one, find one. And inside of this I want you to select the first name as true and the last name as true to get the first name and last name of the listing creator user. And now I'm going to start the server again, wait for it to start. While this is starting up, I'm going to reload it here. Let's close this and wait for here to let it load. And yeah, we have our name here, barn hosted by Kishan Sheth. So we got the first name and last name. So that's it. That's the small change we had to make in our backend. Now inside the page.js, JSX, after this h3, I'm going to have a ul, not use effect. After this ul dot flex with a gap of 5, and after that I'm going to have object, not this, object dot keys, and will pass in the current listing dot place space and will map it. We'll get the type from here, and I'm going to return an li with the key as the type, and inside this li I'm going to have a span which is going to have current listing dot place space and type. Let's save this, and after this span I'm going to have another span with a class name of capitalize, and I will provide the type here. Let's save this, and you can see that we have this 2 beds, 4 guests and 2 bathrooms here. So I still need to style this, so let's style this. So first in the li I'm going to give it a class name. So the class name would be border gray 300, padding of 3, rounded large, and a flex call, justify start, and item start, and a width of 32. Let's save this and see what changes are here. Yeah, they are here. Now I want to increase the size of this. So class name is going to be text to Excel and the font of semi-bold. Let's save this, and now you can see that we have correct information: 2 beds, 4 guests and 2 bathrooms. It's looking good. I think I need to reset this, and you can see that this is looking great now. Yeah, now it's looking great. Now after this, let's head over to our code, and after this I'm going to have the description. So after this UL, I'm going to have a P which will have current listing dot description. Save this and let's see if there is description. Yeah, description's here. After the description, we'll have the listing amenities and listing map. So let's have the listing amenities, this component, and listing map, and I'm going to leave this div, and after this I'm going to have another div which will have the trip scheduler. So this is for pricing and other stuff. And now after these two divs, I'm going to have the footer here. Save this and let's see the layout: listing amenities, listing map, and we should also have the footer. Okay, we have the footer, but it's kind of here. I'm not sure. Okay, so trip scheduler should be outside of this div, and let's see. Yeah, the layout is perfect now. Okay, so now let's do the same for listing amenities, and then we'll have the listing map. So for listing amenities, first I'm going to have a function here. I'm just going to copy paste it and explain it to you. So this is use app store. We are going to get the current listing, and we want the SVG path by name. So we have just stored the name of the amenity, not the SVG. So we'll get the SVG with 2 loops, and if the name is same as the data, then we'll just return the SVG path. So that's it. It's nothing complex. You can console it here, and you can see what's going on inside. It's very basic, simple stuff. And now inside of here, I'm going to have a class name, flex call, gap of 2, and inside of this we'll have an h4 with a class name of text excel font semi bold, and inside of this we'll have amenities, and after this h4 we are going to have a ul with a class name of grid calls of 5 and a gap of 2, and inside this ul we are going to have current listing dot place amenities dot map. Will get the amenity, and we are going to return an li with key as the amenity, and class name as border gray 300, not orange, gray 300, and padding of 3, rounded large, flex call, justify start, and item start. That's it. And inside of this li we'll call our get svg path by name, passing the amenity here, and after this we'll have a span which will just have the amenity here. So amenity, and this should be inside this brackets get svg path name, and I have to remove this and save this. This is amenity. Save it. And let's see. Okay, amenities type should be imported from Airbnb data amenities. Let's see if this works. And yeah, we also have our amenities. So one thing that is left is the listing map. So let's head over to listing map. Let's head over to the page.jsx and click on this listing map. And inside the listing map, what I'm going to do is we'll have the current listing and the marker of the map. So current listing from use app store, and we'll have pins with use memo, marker as longitude and latitude with current listing, map data longitude. Make sure that you import the marker and the pin as well. And after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the map from, I don't want to grab it, I'll just have it here. So just give it a class name of h of 96 and a width of full, and inside of this I'm going to have map should be imported from React Map.gl, and inside of this we'll have the pins, and map would have several properties. So scroll zoom is going to be false. We don't want to have any interactions with map, so we are going to provide this props here. We are going to disable the scroll, the drag, the zoom in zoom out, the rotate, drag rotate should also be disabled. Then double click zoom is also disabled. And let's head over to map view, and I'm going to copy this initial state and this things from here and going to pass it here, and we are going to change this zoom as 13 and the longitude and latitude would be current listing dot map data dot longitude, and this is going to be latitude. That's it. And now we should have the map. Okay, we also have to import use memo. Let's see, do we have the map? Yeah, we have the map with the correct location. So this side is complete. Now let's do the same for the trip scheduler. So let's do that. Okay, so I'm inside the trip scheduler and I have already written the code. I'm going to just explain you can write it by yourself. So first we have this const router, use router. We get the router from here. Then we get the current listing and user info from use app store. Then we have the state and set state as a local use state. We'll set the start date and end date here. So this is just JavaScript, and we also need this add days from date fns, and this is for this. So here we have the current date here and the checkout date here, and after that we'll have number of guests. So this is also local state. Then we have this calculate days difference, so it will calculate the difference between this date and this date. So this is 7. If I click over here and click on 24, you can see that the difference is calculated again. And after this we have this handle reservation. So this is for booking the trip. Now this is the code for the component. This is just simple React. Okay, so that's it. And after this, inside the listing.js, I have also added this export const add trip. So the API was already created by Amplication, and we have just created this add trip, and we have also created this get user trips. So add trip and user trip. Inside the add trip, I have written the query. So listing ID, data.listing ID, we are going to provide the listing ID and the user ID here, and we'll have the trip data, and that's it, and we'll call the API. And for getting the user trips, I'm going to pass the user ID and select the listing as true, and that's it. Save it, and let's reload this. Okay, so now I will select the date as 16th, and the checkout date would be 19th only, and I'm having 3 guests. I'm going to reserve this listing, and when I click on reserve, you can see that I'm redirected to this page, and you can see my completed and upcoming trips. So this trip, the 3 days trip is upcoming, and this one was before, so it is marked as completed. And I also have to do this footer. Instead of compact footer, this is going to be footer. Okay, so you have also not seen this page. Okay, so this is the trips page. We get the trip data here and set it to use state. Then we'll check the date status. For date status, we'll just return a completed or upcoming function. It will return the string, and this is just the basic JSX. We are mapping the trip data, so there would be multiple trips, so we are mapping the data according to our table. So that's it. This is it for the Airbnb clone. So I have covered all the features of the Airbnb clone here, and if there are any features that are left, then you can refer to the GitHub repository. Also, we have generated the backend from Amplication. If you have learned something new, you can subscribe to this channel and hit the like button so that this video reaches to more people and in turn help me. So this is me, Kishan Sheth, signing out.